Chapter 698. At this moment, Lu Chan could clearly observe the spirit energy carried by the surrounding water vapor, let alone the turbulent waterfall. He raised his hand and gently lifted it. The spirit energy was lifted by him and dissipated. When he put down his hand, the density of the spirit energy changed, and the spirit energy above it chased after the trajectory of his hand. Lu Chan smiled slightly. After coming to Jiutian for so long, he had never played with spirit energy. Interesting. Let's try a skill. Great Ravager's Sweep. A wave of spirit energy swept out and blasted on the waterfall, quickly engulfing it. Sure enough, it's also the vibration of spirit energy. After trying other skills, Lu Chan found that other than physical attacks, no matter if it was spiritual power attack, elemental attack, or chaotic attack, those high-level moves and skills were all vibrations of spirit energy. It was just that the spirit energy was endowed with different attributes. In that case, star destruction is also the change of spirit energy. Lu Chan pondered. To deal with star destruction, just seeing is not enough. I have to find a way to change the direction of the spirit energy. Speaking of changing the direction of the spirit energy, Lu Chan remembered that when he was playing with the spirit energy just now, the direction of the spirit energy changed along with the movement of his hand. If my movements are big enough, then I can change the direction of the spirit energy in a bigger and fiercer way. No, it's not limited to the body. The spirit energy I release can also change the direction of the spirit energy of the other party. Thinking of this, Lu Chan gave up on using any moves. He just slowly released the spirit energy in the spirit energy core, forming a small airflow that led the spirit energy in the surroundings to change. Yes, it's doable. Let's try colliding with the water vapor. The deep pool under the waterfall released a large amount of water vapor, which was endless and diffused outwards. However, although the amount of water vapor was huge, it did not have much impact. Lu Chan tried to release more spirit energy to collide with the water vapor. In the first few times, Lu Chan could not control the release of his spirit energy, and his spirit energy was directly swallowed by the water vapor. After repeated practice, after 6 days, Lu Chan could make his spirit energy cancel out a large amount of water vapor. On the east side of the deep pool, a visible wall was formed. The two kinds of spiritual energy offset each other, and the water mist couldn't leak out at all. The water mist was endless, but Lu Chan's pure spiritual energy was limited. After more than 10 minutes of stalemate, Lu Chan's spiritual energy was exhausted, and the overwhelming water mist drenched him. F*CK. So ferocious. No, I still need to increase my endurance. 6 transformations of the demonic god. Put him to death. Dragon Blood Boil. Lu Chan lowered his HP, ensuring that the skill's cooldown was almost negligible. During the process of using spiritual energy, Lu Chan only had 1/3 of the spiritual energy left in his spirit core. At the same time, he activated his spirit storm to quickly replenish his spirit core. Controlling spiritual energy was not an easy task. At the beginning, when Lu Chan launched the spiritual energy storm, he had to multitask, and the spiritual energy was instantly swallowed up by the mist, causing him to be unable to dry his body for 2 days. Later, after repeated attempts, Lu Chan could finally stabilize his spiritual energy and use his spirit storm at the same time, maintaining his spirit core in an adequate state at all times. At this time, there were only 14 days left until his battle with extreme Netherglow. The Saintess had found a fragment of the demonic god's lotus heart, and there was only one left. However, Xuangling said that there was no clue about the last one. Lu Chan temporarily put aside the matter of the demonic god's lotus heart and continued to comprehend. When he had already familiarized himself with the control of his spirit storm and spiritual energy, another bold idea popped up. If I increase the amount of spiritual energy overflow, can I offset the impact of the waterfall? This was definitely a crazy idea. After all, only immortals could bathe in the immortal bathing terrace. As long as my spirit storm can be replenished fast enough, with my current reserves of spirit core, it might not be impossible to block it. Thinking of this, Lu Chan arranged for the little fur ball to be on the shore, ready to use Listen to save him at any time. The little fur ball also knew that this matter was of great importance. After transforming, it hugged a big tree tightly with its claws. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chun dove into the Milky Way waterfall. Even though Lu Chun was prepared, the huge water pressure still crushed the spiritual energy released by Lu Chun in an instant. Lu Chun was directly pushed onto the immortal bathing terrace. Listen carefully. This time, Lu Chun reacted quickly, running out as soon as his body was injured. The second time, failure, third failure, fourth failure. A few days ago, Lu Chun didn't succeed even once. Fortunately, he ran fast enough, and his body wasn't seriously injured. Little Green slightly treated him, and he could try more than 10 times a day. On the 8th day, Lu Chun rushed into the waterfall again. This time, just as he was washed by the water, he quickly released a large amount of spiritual energy to resist the water. I can hold on. Lu Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and his mind was highly concentrated. Under such circumstances, he had to continuously release spiritual energy storms to maintain the consumption of spiritual energy. Perhaps it was a matter of course. This time, although Lu Chun withstood the water for the first time, he released 7 or 8 spiritual energy storms in a row, resisting the Milky Way waterfall for more than 2 minutes. Not good. I can't hold on anymore. Listen carefully. Lu Chun also learned to be smart. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, he immediately slipped away. After coming out of the waterfall, Lu Chun was in a good mood. This time, he held on for more than 2 minutes, much better than before. Ha ha! This is a place only immortals can stay. Lu Chun, also stayed for more than 2 minutes. Awesome! With the successful experience, Lu Chun's progress became greater and greater. On the 3rd day, he could already stay in the waterfall for half an hour, until he could move freely in the waterfall, and even use skills. 5 days later, Lu Chun had completely grasped the method to resist the waterfall. He even released a small amount of water and took a bath in it. I've finally grasped it. Even if the stars are destroyed, I won't be afraid of him. Lu Chun walked out of the waterfall without a single drop of water on his body. This feeling really made him feel like an immortal. Little furball, no need to hug the tree. Come, let's go back. At the same time, the entire 4th heaven had stopped fighting for several days. A piece of news caused the 9 factions to have no time to fight each other. The human solipsistic would fight the extreme Netherglow in the war zone tomorrow. The top experts of each faction, and even those experts who had been in seclusion for a long time, all rushed to the public war zone. The next morning, the 9 factions had already set up camp outside the war zone. The number of people was already hard to count. Devin nervously pulled his father's sleeve. Dad, is Uncle Kwong really going to fight the extreme Netherglow? Didn't they say that no one has ever defeated the extreme Netherglow? The flame demon looked at his son. In this year, little Devin had grown rapidly. The magic tool that this little fellow liked the most now was the dark eye of the gods that old Kwong had given him. After witnessing Uncle Kwong fight the 8 sky generals by himself, and then fight Demon Sovereign Holy War, Devin's shock had been too great. Now, in Devin's heart, even his own father might not have a higher status than Uncle Kwong. I don't know. In order to save me, your Uncle Kwong made a 1-year agreement with the extreme Netherglow. Now, I can only hope that he can win. Demon Sovereign Holy War walked over. Putting aside the matter of that day, Demon Sovereign Holy War had let Lu Chun go. He could see that this fellow was a broad-minded person. After the Flame Demon, he had also disregarded the past and became friends with him. There are so many people here today. Even some old fellows have come out. The Flame Demon nodded. That's right. Everyone knows how strong the extreme Netherglow is. No one dares to fight it to the death. What about the solipsistic? I haven't seen him yet, but he won't go back on his word. Demon Sovereign Holy War nodded. Indeed, he won't go back on his word. I hope he can create a miracle. Chapter 699. The 9 camps were gathered in the war zone, but it was especially peaceful today. They only sent a large number of people to be on guard. Not long after, another group came from afar. When everyone saw this group, they immediately became alert. The desolate god tribe is here. During this period of time, other than solipsistic's matter, the desolate god tribe has the biggest influence. They actually came out of the wildlands. It's said that they have 300,000 people and are very strong. Now, they have become a new force in the fourth heaven. They have been searching for the demonic Lotus Heart fragment recently. They even came here to trade for it. I don't know why they want that useless thing. Even in the wildlands, not everyone knew about the relationship between Lu Chun and the desolate god tribe, let alone the 9 camps. At this time, the Saintess personally led 10,000 elite troops to the war zone to set up camp. Behind the Saintess was Xuangling. At this time, Xuangling had a worried expression. It seemed that she was very depressed. Saintess, we still haven't found the last demonic Lotus Heart fragment. In the end, we couldn't help Brother Kwong. He's going to fight extreme in Netherglow today. What should we do? As she spoke, Xuangling was about to cry. The Saintess had a tired expression. Originally, they had found 6 fragments with 10 days left. There was only 1 left. However, when they followed the clues, the final clue was cut off. There was no news about the last God-fiend fragment. In the Wildlands tribe, where everyone was very strong, they still couldn't find the last fragment in the allotted time. I'm sorry, Miss Xuangling. Our Wildlands tribe has really let Brother Kwong down. Now, many people in the tribe were still searching for the last fragment. However, the hope was too slim. Solipsistic was going to fight today, so the Saintess could only bring the 6 fragments here first. The desolate god tribe set up camp not far from the Human Alliance. The Saintess and Xuangling went to the Human Alliance. Without knowing the purpose of the other party's visit, the Four Seas expedition and the other 2 great generals personally welcomed them. 3 great generals. May I ask if Solipsistic is here? The Saintess went straight to the point. Not yet. The Saintess had a human bloodline. Xuangling was also a human. It was most suitable for the Four Seas expedition to communicate. Great Heavenly General Yuanzhong, do you mind if we wait for him here? Four Seas expedition's mind spun rapidly. It was not difficult to tell from the other party's words that they had a good relationship with Solipsistic. If the 2 parties had a good relationship, it would definitely be good news for the Human Immortal Army. Being able to establish a good relationship with the Aragami tribe was something that the 9 factions could only dream of. It is our honor that the Saintess is willing to wait for us here. However, if I may ask, are the Solipsistic tribe and the Desolate God tribe enemies or friends? The Saintess smiled faintly. Many humans and dwarves were already stunned. Every movement of this woman carried a sacred and inviolable temperament. Her pair of eyes seemed to be able to steal a person's soul. It was just that the Four Seas expedition was old and had a better temperament. If we were enemies, what would you do? Four Seas expedition's heart tightened. He seemed to have been too optimistic. Thinking about Solipsistic's personality, it was normal for him to cause trouble everywhere. If we are enemies, then I would like to ask the Saintess to settle it after today's battle. After all, today's battle is the key. Four Seas expedition said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. The Saintess' eyes were like autumn water. She smiled and said, "It seems that you guys are quite protective of him. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble." Four Seas expedition heaved a sigh of relief. The Saintess was actually testing him. The 9 factions, plus the Desolate God tribe, the 10 major factions were all waiting in the war zone. From morning to afternoon, and then to afternoon. The autumn wind blew through the forest, rustling the leaves. People began to worry that Solipsistic tribe would not come. If he did not come, they would have to return immediately. After all, after sunset, it was the time for the moon nether glow to go out. If they met that guy in the wild, the entire Jura tribe would be wiped out. The various factions were even on standby, ready to leave at any time. Devin was a little anxious. He asked his father, "Dad, Uncle Kwong is not here yet." The flame demon was calmer than anyone else. "Your Uncle Kwong will come." Of course he would come. After all, he was poisoned. If he did not fight today, he would definitely die. Just as some of the teams were preparing to leave, they suddenly felt the ground under their feet begin to move. The entire war zone seemed to have turned into a surging sea. There were loud rumbling sounds all around. The mountains in the distance were shaking up and down at a rate visible to the naked eye. Countless rocks fell from the mountains. It's the moon nether glow. That's not right. The sun hasn't set yet. Why is it out so early? Not good. We have fallen into solipsistic tribe's trap. He wants to use the moon nether glow to destroy us. Speaking of which, is this the moon nether glow? This is the first time I have felt its power. It's too terrifying. Stop talking nonsense. Retreat immediately. There are many people here. The moon nether glow might not chase after us. Just as the 9 factions were in a mess, a huge dragon flew over from the horizon with its back facing the setting sun. 9-winged celestial dragon. A human male stood on the dragon's head. He was wearing a red robe that fluttered in the wind. His hands were behind his back, and a black and white sword was hanging by his side. His gaze was calm. His hair, which had not been combed for a long time, was slightly long. His black hair fluttered in the wind, but it could not cover his clear eyes. When she saw that person, the saintess was stunned. After not seeing him for 2 short months, solipsistic tribe seemed to have changed. He was calmer and more relaxed. Even though he was just standing on the dragon's head, he gave off the feeling of looking down on all living things. The flame demon looked at that fellow, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. The flame demon did not want him to come, but he also knew that he would definitely come. This was his good brother. The 8 brothers who dared to come to the demon territory alone to save him from the execution field. Even though he knew that he would die, he could not stop his footsteps. "Uncle Kwong, it's Uncle Kwong!" Devin shouted excitedly. "Uncle Kwong, I knew you would come. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me." The tough flame demon was actually a bit choked up. "This brat, wearing such a flashy outfit again. Why don't you wear the one I gave you?" Shuang Ling looked at the man on the dragon's head in a daze. The battle had not yet begun, but her heart was already in her throat. On one side was the extreme Nether Glow, who had never been defeated before. On the other side was her brother Kwong. It would be strange if she was not worried. What's more, the fragments of the demonic god's lotus heart had not been gathered yet. In the air, a faint voice sounded. "Extreme Earthworm, the time is not up yet. Don't be so anxious. You're scaring my friends." Gui Yinren almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This fellow always gave his opponents nicknames. When he was fighting the Black Flood Dragon, he called his opponent Squid. Now, it was even more impressive. The extreme Nether Glow, Yang sacred beast, was called an earthworm by him. In the entire 4th heaven, no one dared to call it the extreme Nether Glow. This fellow is really a little expert with nicknames. Chapter 700. With Lu Chen's shout, the earth actually calmed down. The 9-winged celestial dragon stopped in front of a human race's Immortal Army Alliance camp before being kept by Lu Chen. The saintess, Shuang Ling, Gu Fei, Yin Ran, for Xi's expedition, and the rest all gathered around. "Brother Lone Kwong, I'm here to ask for forgiveness," the saintess said. "Previously, I even boasted that you would leave the matter of the demonic god Lotus Heart to me. In the end, I actually failed to collect all of it." Lu Chun smiled. "Saintess, you helped me collect the fragments. I should thank you for guessing correctly. So many people from the Desolate God tribe couldn't find all of them. If I were to look for them myself, it would be good if I could find 1 or 2 in such a short time. But Brother Kwong, you're about to fight the extreme Nether Glow." Shuang Ling said anxiously. "No, this time I'll go with you." "Right, we'll go with you." Lu Chun shook his head. "If we can't deal with star extermination, no matter how many people there are, they will be killed by it. Numbers are useless. I'll deal with it alone." Lu Chun suddenly saw Southern Sky sect leader. "Brother Southern Sky, why are you here too? Is my sister all right?" Southern Sky nodded. "I'm just worried about you. As for your fellow villagers and your sister, you can rest assured that I didn't say a single word to them. Right now, they are training in the sect." Lu Chun heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good. I'll have to trouble brother Southern Sky to help me take care of them in the future. The moment these words came out, everyone's heart sank. From what they heard, it sounded like Lu Chen felt that he had no chance of winning this battle. However, Lu Chen's words were not wrong. Whether or not he could defeat the extreme Netherglow, it was time for him to leave. Since Lu E and the rest were fine, Lu Chen was relieved. Solipsistic, are you ready? I can't wait any longer. A deep voice came, as if a hammer was hammering on everyone's heart. After Lu Chen heard it, he smiled. The time had come. Brother Quang, you be careful, Shuang Ling said anxiously. Brother Du Quang, we will wait for your return. Solipsistic, you have to come back. Jinghua Yinran held back her tears. Lu Chen looked at these people and smiled. Along the way, unknowingly, he had already made so many friends. Perhaps this was also a gratifying thing. Without replying to them, Lu Chen resolutely turned around. His eyes became exceptionally calm as he slowly walked towards the center of the battlefield. Countless people watched on helplessly as Lone Tyrant walked out of the crowd. That's the solipsistic of the human race. He's going up. It wasn't easy for the human clan to produce an expert, but I didn't expect him to court death like this. How could he possibly defeat the extreme Netherglow? But then again, perhaps the human race isn't as weak as we think. The ground rumbled as the empty space in front of Lu Chen exploded. The extreme Netherglow had appeared. Seeing this huge monster again, Lu Chen was exceptionally calm. He said indifferently, "Hey, do you want to detoxify the goo poison in my body first? If I kill you, no one will detoxify the goo poison for me." The extreme Netherglow didn't hesitate. The woman raised her hand and took back a shadow goo from Lu Chen's body. Since you keep your promise, I will naturally help you detoxify the goo. Do you have any last wishes? Regardless of the outcome between us, don't attack these armies that can't return to their territories in time. Of course. One more question. Why did you sign a 1-year agreement with me? Is it because I shouldn't exist in the Jiuqian? Correct. Lu Chen smiled. As expected, it was related to his identity. Do you have a fragment of the demonic god's lotus heart? Yes. Lu Chen took a deep breath. His conjecture was correct. It wasn't that the Saintess and the others were incompetent. In fact, as long as a fragment of the demonic god's lotus heart existed in the 4th layer with the desolate god tribe's ability, they could definitely find it. The only reason they couldn't find it was because it was with the extreme Netherglow. Others might not know the power of the demonic god's set, but the extreme Netherglow should know. It was actually very simple to prevent others from obtaining the demonic god's lotus heart. As long as he left a fragment with himself, others wouldn't be able to gather it. As expected, not a single piece of the demonic god's set could be obtained easily. The difficulty of obtaining each piece was beyond imagination. The result was obvious. Even without the 1-year agreement, Lu Chen had to kill the extreme Netherglow. Good, I've finished asking my questions. Lu Chen took a deep breath and activated War God's Possession, Demon Transformation, Land of Death, Boiling Dragon Blood, and 3 Lives Reincarnation, Demonic God Symbiosis. Seeing Lu Chen's skills, Yinran frowned. This guy, why did he lower his health so low from the start? He even used 3 Lives Reincarnation. He used both of his rebirth. The Saintess said, in the 4th layer of heaven, the effects of rebirth aren't very useful. The extreme Netherglow's attacks almost always damage the body. Even if the character can be reborn, the damage to the body can't be instantly healed. In the battle against the extreme Netherglow, the solipsistic has to go all out from the start. He can't hold back at all. However, can he deal with the extreme Netherglow's nihility body and star annihilation? Nihility body, isn't it a Buddha body, astral body? The Saintess said, actually, the reason why the extreme Netherglow can't be hid is because it has a Buddha body, astral body. Although the two are somewhat similar, as a yin-yang sacred beast, the extreme Netherglow has a special constitution. 4C's expedition also said, that's right, our human race's ancient books have records of it. That's the extreme nether glow's unique constitution, not a class astral body. At this moment, Lu Chun activated his dual heaven's wrath. Passed down the order. Everyone in the origami tribe is to provide Mad God with their stats. The Saintess said without hesitation. 4C's expedition also saw the system prompt about the requisitioning of his stats. At the same time, he also saw the description of his weakened state. At this moment, all 9 factions were here. If he were to provide his stats now, it would be extremely dangerous. What surprised him was that the Saintess actually did not hesitate to have the tribe soldiers provide their stats. Behind such decisiveness, did it mean that the origami tribe had long since known about Mad God's 2 heavens' wrath and had set up an ambush outside? After all, it was rumored that the origami tribe had 300,000 members, while only 10,000 of them had come. The Saintess seemed to have seen through 4C's expedition's worries. She smiled at him and said, "General Expedition, there is no need to worry. Brother Lone Tyrant has 2 heavens' wrath. Defiant Demon's wrath forcibly requisitioned his stats. None of the people here will be spared. As for Divine Wrath, with my 10,000 soldiers here, that fellow's stats should be enough. Moreover, if he has 4 heavens' wrath, he will not be affected. The true experts of each faction will still be able to retain their strength. My origami tribe does not have the heart to fight for hegemony. It's just that in the eyes of my origami tribe, this solipsistic is worthy of the title of war god." After saying that, the Saintess could not help but laugh. This fellow, even his heaven's wrath, is so unreasonable. He directly caused 99% of the people in the 9 factions to be weakened. Chapter 701. While the other factions were still in awe of Lu Chen's god-demon symbiosis, Lu Chun had already activated his primal chaos domain. Extreme Nether Glow was not in a hurry. Instead, it patiently waited for Lu Chun to activate his full state. This is your strongest state, more or less. Indeed, you are far stronger than a level 4. Unfortunately, in front of me, Extreme Nether Glow, you are still nothing. Extreme Nether Glow's huge body began to emerge from the ground. For many people, it was their first time seeing Extreme Nether Glow's complete form. A huge creature with a human body and a snake tail emerged from the ground. Its upper body was that of a human female covered in scales. Its eyes were slightly closed, but there was a huge heaven's eye on its forehead. The huge snake tail was hundreds of meters long. It was even bigger than a normal dragon. This is a heaven and earth sacred beast. It's actually so huge. Its strength should be far beyond a level 4. It has guarded the level 4 heaven domain gate for thousands of years. No one has ever killed it. Oh my god, it said that the level 5 is a qualitative change. Just a guardian boss is already so abnormal. Then what is the level 5 like? What kind of terrifying world is that? Extreme domain. In an instant, all the players in the entire battle zone were affected. All attributes decreased by 50%, skill cooldowns increased, reaction speed decreased, and all spiritual skill effects decreased by 70%. At the same time, their spiritual attacks increased by 100%. At night, their attack speed, movement speed, and skill casting speed increased by 200%. The lunar domain couldn't affect Lu Chun, but at that time, it could increase his spiritual power attack. It seemed that the lunar nether glow wanted to strengthen his own body. This girl had never used extreme domain before. He did not expect her to have this trick up her sleeve. Then solipsistic, the game begins. Extreme nether glow's mouth curled up. Then, its huge body turned into an afterimage and pounced at Lu Chun. So fast, it's hard to imagine that such a huge body can create afterimages. It's too scary. This guy can't be defeated. If he is surrounded by that guy's tail, solipsistic will definitely die. At the same time, Lu Chun shouted, "Heaven's Eye! Buddha body clone! Ghost shadow! Demon doppelganger!" Suddenly, a large number of Lu Chen's clones appeared on the battlefield. Among them, there were ghostly shadows, clones, and even Buddha clones. It was hard to tell who was who. Perhaps there's still hope. If Lone Tyrant can use his Buddha body to trick the other party into using his skills like he did with Qing Jian. Before Sweetheart Protector could finish speaking, Extreme Nether Glow had already pounced towards one of the figures. She only chose one target. Could it be that she can recognize Lone Quang's true body? Gu Fei widened his eyes, afraid that he would miss even a second of the battle. Perhaps 1 second was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. Above the clouds in the distance, a human man in plain clothes was floating in the air. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate thousands of miles. At this moment, he put his hands behind his back and frowned slightly. Lu Chun, you've only reached the 4th heaven, yet I'm already forcing you to comprehend the spiritual energy subtlety realm. However, you only have this one chance to win against the extreme Nether Glow. If you want to protect your family and friends, you have to keep getting stronger. There is no turning back. Lu Chen's 3 Buddha body clones quickly used ghostly shadows, descend to dodge the other party's attack. However, just as he descended, a slight change occurred beneath his feet. Lu Chun seemed to be able to see the violent spiritual energy fluctuations underground. He hurriedly descended once more. Less than a second after he changed his position, the ground beneath the ghostly figure suddenly collapsed. The surrounding earth and stones rapidly compressed towards the collapsed area, filling up the cracks and squeezing them together. That ghostly figure directly disappeared from where he stood. Lu Chen's eyes trembled. Not only was that skill hidden, but it was also extremely fast. Once struck, there was no time to react. In the distance, the Saintess narrowed her eyes. The scene on the battlefield caused her to be moved. There are 2 aspects to the casting speed of skills. One is the shortening of the preparation phase. Normally, a domain shortens the time it takes to store energy. However, Extreme Nether Glow's skill shortens not only the time it takes to store energy, but also the speed of the skill itself. Gu Fei's expression was solemn. Indeed, the change in the ground just now was completed in an instant. If there was even the slightest bit of carelessness, you would have been buried alive. Truly, every step is dangerous. One mistake, and you will be doomed eternally. 4C's expedition took a deep breath. This is just the beginning. The intensity of the battle has already reached a level I have never seen in my life. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chun had descended many times. Apart from the collapse of the ground, Extreme Nether Glow's attacks would also protrude out of the ground. She had already mastered both skills. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's ghostly figure doppelgangers were getting fewer and fewer. However, this was not the key. After all, he could use ghostly layers again. It was just that normal people would not be able to withstand such a high-intensity dodging state. In one dodge, Lu Chun was a moment slower and immediately lost a Buddha doppelganger. Earth Coffin Seal. The earth rumbled, and everyone present only felt a tremor. Immediately after, for earthen walls rose from all directions. The top of the earthen walls quickly extended, forming a rectangular sealed space, trapping all of Lu Chen's doppelgangers. What kind of skill is this? The range is a few thousand meters. A stone wall is almost a few hundred meters high. Is it directly controlling the entire map? This is too exaggerated. Earth Coffin Seal. Who can escape? The huge stone coffin quickly closed, shrinking toward the center. This is Demon Venerable Holy War's eyes widened. This is a real trap. The Balrog no longer cared to answer Demon Venerable Holy War's words. At this moment, his mind was blank. Facing such an overbearing skill, his only thought was, Old Quang. Come out. Triple gate. Yes, triple gate teleportation. Demon Venerable Holy War shook his head. Impossible. If this skill can be teleported out with ordinary teleportation skills, then it will be useless. Extreme Nether Glow must have a way to restrict teleportation skills. The stone coffin shrank extremely quickly, almost as fast as rapid movement. In the blink of an eye, it had shrunk 10 times. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from above the stone coffin. Void shattering. Immediately after, A red figure rushed out of the stone coffin. Seeing solipsistic break out of earth coffin seal, Balrog and Devon breathed a sigh of relief. After rushing out of the stone coffin, Lu Chun already had a long weapon in his hand. Tiger descends the mountain. Suppressive fire. Boom, 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 boom. 50 consecutive space spirit energy cannons rained down on Extreme Netherglow. However, the space spirit energy cannons had no effect on Extreme Netherglow. They directly passed through its body and crashed into the ground. Lu Chun blasted open a huge pit in the ground. How high is this boy's attack? It can actually produce such a terrifying effect, directly changing the landscape. He really has some skill. Unfortunately, he still can't touch Extreme Netherglow. Xuangling saw Lu Chin's attack miss, and her heart tightened. Not good. He still can't hit her. That's right. Big Brother Quang said that suppressive fire consumes a high amount of spiritual energy. Then Extreme Netherglow will have to use that move. Sure enough, just as Lu Chin stopped, Extreme Netherglow roared. Dark clear moon seal. The moon was waxing and waning, and there were waxing and waning. Extreme Seal used the percentage of spiritual energy consumed by the enemy to cause damage to the area. Not good. Big Brother Quang dodge. However, the seal was too difficult to dodge. At this time, Lu Chun didn't have any avatars to protect him, so he was directly hit by the seal. Chapter 702. Lu Chun was hit by the dark glow Extreme Seal. Billions of damage instantly emptied Lu Chen's HP, and his body instantly exploded. Before the others could react, Extreme Netherglow had already realized something. Buddha body doppelganger? You sure are fast to escape. Lu Chen's two Buddha body doppelganger were both destroyed. At this time, his main body was sealed in the earth coffin. Extreme Netherglow roared, dismember corpse, and sacrifice the heavens. The entire coffin suddenly exploded. The huge impact shook the mountains and rivers. The earth rumbled. Countless rocks exploded in all directions. The surrounding trees and forests were flattened. Not good, Big Brother Quang. Xuangling's eyes widened. Her heart almost jumped out her chest. Dismember corpse and sacrifice the heavens was a low-level version of star annihilation. It was an area attack. All doppelgangers would not be spared from such an explosion. After the coffin exploded, the battlefield was filled with smoke. The surrounding 1,000 meters had been razed to the ground. Uncle Quang. Devon tightly grabbed his father's hand. His fingers were already embedded in the flame demon's skin. However, the flame demon could not feel it at all. He was desperately searching for solipsistic in the ruins. Old Quang, you must survive. The smoke dispersed. A red figure slowly stood up from the ruins. He brushed the dust off his body and stared at Extreme Netherglow. Extreme Netherglow frowned. Impossible. Even if he has a HP lock skill, why is his body not injured at all? Could it be he used a high-level immortal pill? Even Extreme Netherglow could not see the scene inside the earth coffin, so this possibility could not be ruled out. However, even if Lu Chun survived, Solipsistic was undoubtedly at an absolute disadvantage in their first confrontation. Not only was he completely suppressed, but he also did not hit Extreme Netherglow. It seems that you have disappointed me. Extreme Netherglow sneered. You did not surprise me. Even if you recover with the help of pills, how long can you last? You are the same as the king of monsters. You are not even an ant in front of me. Lu Chen's eyes were cold. In my eyes, the king of monsters is the same as me. Please do not insult it. Insult? In front of the strong, what is not an insult? As a weakling, you should learn to get used to this. Lu Chun coldly snorted. Is that so? You don't seem to have hurt me. Then prove that you're stronger than me first. Stubborn. Extreme Netherglow said as it pounced towards Lu Chun again. Countless earth spikes and earth collapses assaulted Lu Chun. Lu Chun relied on his cooldown-free movement to frantically dodge. Both sides were exchanging blows for the second time, and right off the bat, it was a high-intensity battle of displacement. 9 void steps. Psionic Space Cannon. With the help of 9 void steps, Liu Chun began to attempt a counterattack. However, the space cannon's attacks all missed, and the space cannon's attacks bombarded the ground, causing massive craters to appear one after another. Old Brother Lone Tyrant Space Cannon's damage is indeed frightening, but if it can't hit anyone, then no matter how high its damage is, it will still be futile. The Holy Maiden said anxiously, "If we don't break the Nihility body soon, Extreme Netherglow will use Star Annihilation." At this moment, an old man beside 4C's expedition frowned slightly. This person had hidden his ID and did not have a military rank. However, to be able to stand beside 4C's expedition, his identity must not be ordinary. If my guess is correct, Solipsistic's attacks are not random. He is looking for Extreme Netherglow's weakness. The moment these words came out, everyone looked at this old man in surprise. Gu Fei asked curiously, "May I ask who you are?" The old man waved his hand. "I have already retired for many years. You don't need to know my identity. I never thought that after so many years, I would be able to see such a young talent appear in the human race." His psionic cannon's attacks have practically covered Extreme Netherglow's entire body, from its human body to its snake tail. He is probing for its weakness step by step. The old man narrowed his eyes. To be able to not give up in such an intense battle and even maintain a calm mind. Expedition, your eyes are not bad. If this child can survive today, he might be able to achieve great things in the future. Master, Brother Lone Tyrant's temperament is indeed extraordinary. 4C's expedition called out Master, and the group felt their scalps go numb. The Great Sky General, 4C's expedition's master. You are the legendary Great Sky General, Human Emperor Xian Yuanzi. Xian Yuanzi shook his head. It's all in the past. There are always talents in every generation. If you want to count outstanding people, you have to look at the present. What I'm afraid of now is that Extreme Netherglow is an yin-yang sacred beast and has a special void body. I'm afraid that it really has no weakness. On the battlefield, the two figures were already extremely fast. Gradually, Liu Chun was once again at a disadvantage. Extreme Netherglow could attack without restraint, but Liu Chun had to dodge and attack at the same time. This consumed a lot of energy. It was already very difficult for a human to maintain such a high level of energy. You still haven't found my weakness? Extreme Netherglow laughed wildly. You inferior races will never be able to understand the meaning of a perfect body. This game has already become somewhat boring. Since that's the case, I'll send you on your last journey. Under the opponent's crazy suppression, Liu Chen's range of movement became smaller and smaller. It was inevitable that he would be surrounded by Extreme Netherglow's huge snake tail. When Extreme Netherglow's head and tail connected, everyone, including those who had nothing to do with Liu Chun, felt their hearts tighten. Not good, he's surrounded. Extreme Netherglow is going to use that move. Actually, the battle just now made me look at that kid in a new light. But now it seems that no one could defeat Extreme Netherglow in the end. What a pity. After Extreme Netherglow surrounded Liu Chun, it no longer chased after Liu Chun. Its huge body formed a circle, head and tail connected, leisurely circling around. At this time, no matter how the Solipsistic attacked, she just looked at the prey that was already in her mouth. Solipsistic, don't struggle. You will die if you meet me. You dare to challenge the rules of the Jiuqian. Then you only have one path, and that is to be destroyed. At this time, Liu Chun also put away the Spirit God Cannon and stood in the circle of Extreme Netherglow. That move was coming. The moment that would decide life and death was coming. Taking a deep breath, Liu Chun suddenly closed his eyes and only opened the Heaven's Eye. When the spectators saw this, there was an uproar. The Solipsistic has already given up. That's right, a move like Star Annihilation can destroy heaven and earth. Who can block it? In the end, it's still over. I thought he would be able to make some waves. The Flame Devil's wife had already turned her head. She couldn't bear to watch anymore. She covered Devon's eyes. "Devon, don't look." Devon's eyes were full of tears. He pushed away his mother's hand and said resolutely, "No, Mom, I want to see. Let me remember how Uncle Kwong died in battle. One day, I will avenge Uncle Kwong." The flame devil held back his tears. "Yes, watch carefully. One day, we will avenge our good brother." Four Seas Expedition let out a long sigh. Xiao Kwong. Jingwei Yinran's face was already full of tears. That young man she could only look up to. Had he given up? No, that was not his personality. But now, did he still have a chance to turn the tables? What? You finally figured it out? You're starting to give up struggling? Extreme E Netherglow roared arrogantly. "I, Extreme E Netherglow, am not someone a mere human can challenge. Solipsistic, go to hell. Extreme Eam Star Annihilation." The ground under Lu Chen's feet shook. Everyone knew that the next attack would be terrifying enough to destroy heaven and earth. So far, no one could resist it. However, the man in red who was in the center of the star annihilation skill was unexpectedly sitting cross-legged. Someone heard his faint voice. Everything in the world has spiritual energy. Even the most humble creature has a reason to exist. If you think I don't have the qualifications to exist, I will kill you. If the heavens think I don't have the qualifications to exist, I will defy the heavens. Chapter 703. Within a vast area surrounded by the extreme Netherglow, the ground immediately collapsed, and a torrential pillar of spiritual energy erupted from the ground. Endless black-purple spiritual energy, like a volcanic eruption, crazily spewed from the bottom to the top with an earth-shattering momentum. Here, the spiritual energy cleansed everything in the space. The violent spiritual energy seemed to have no end as it rushed straight to the sky, stirring up the clouds in the sky and breaking through the clouds. Everyone felt that the world was collapsing. In front of this move, was there anything that could survive? If it wasn't for the extreme Netherglow, it could have gone even further. Oh my God, star annihilation has completely exceeded the concept of a heaven-level technique. This is an invincible existence. Actually, as long as the extreme Netherglow has this move, who can really defeat it? The extreme Netherglow is worthy of being a yin and yang sacred beast. This kind of power is truly heaven-defying. Solipsistic can't survive this endless eruption. Shuangling's body was trembling. Although they still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts, they had been together with Kwang Ge for nearly a year. No matter what kind of opponent, even the Rage God War Soul, Kwang Ge could survive in desperate situations. However, when she saw star annihilation, her rationality told her that the last glimmer of hope was very small. Kwang Ge. Shuangling's eyes were already filled with tears. The Balrog clenched his fists tightly. In his heart, he always thought that Kwang Ge had to make a one-year agreement with the extreme Netherglow to save him. Kwang Ge, I, the Balrog, swear that even if I have to spend my life, I will avenge you. The black and purple spiritual energy cleansed everything in the area. Even the earth and rocks could only turn into dust here. However, at this moment, Xianyuan Zi's eyes suddenly widened, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. No, impossible. Impossible. This is impossible. Senior Xianyuan Zi, what did you say? Look, inside the star annihilation, there's a faint spiritual energy ball. Everyone hurriedly looked inside the range of star annihilation. There seemed to be a faint area that was different from the surrounding black and purple spiritual energy. In the demon race's array core, Devon opened the dark eye of the gods. He seemed to see more clearly than others. Dad, Uncle Kwong is inside. What? Let me take a look at your eye of the gods. The flame demon took a look. Sure enough, within the star destruction, there was a figure sitting upright within the pale-colored ball of spiritual chi. No matter how the surrounding spiritual chi washed over him, he remained as still as a mountain. How did you do it? This. Balrog, lend me the eye of the dark gods. The Holy War Demon Emperor snatched the eye of the dark gods and opened it to take a closer look. No way, that's impossible. How is it possible for someone to come out unscathed from such a powerful skill? Is it an illusion? It might have been an illusion if only one of them saw it, but now that all three of them had seen it, unless the eye of the dark gods was broken, the one who saw it the clearest was naturally the extreme nether glow. At this moment, the heaven's eye on the woman's forehead was wide open. Impossible. How could you not be affected by star annihilation? This is impossible. Extreme nether glow's shock instantly made everyone present dumbstruck. What? The lunar nether glow said that the solipsistic is still alive? What's going on? Shouldn't his body and soul have already been destroyed? No one can survive such a skill. Oh my God, I saw it. The guy is really still alive. Impossible? That's absolutely impossible. What everyone said the most was impossible. In their minds, the scene in front of them would never happen. However, Lu Chun had done what they thought was impossible. Endless spiritual energy gushed up into the sky from below. Inside the huge spiritual energy pillar, Lu Chun sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was as still as water. At this moment, he didn't seem to be in the range of star annihilation. Instead, he was sitting on the divine bathing platform under the Milky Way waterfall. Everything in the world had spiritual energy. Skills, on the other hand, were merely the extraction of spiritual energy and the use of it in other forms. So, what was the difference between star annihilation and the Milky Way waterfall? The purple light pillar around him had become flowing water in the heaven's eye. As long as he used the corresponding spiritual energy to gently push the water away, the water would flow past him. While resisting star annihilation, Lu Chun used the spiritual energy storm rhythmically to replenish his spiritual core. As long as star annihilation didn't stop, his spiritual core would also be endless. For a full 5 minutes, the terrifying lunar star annihilation didn't even touch Lu Chun. This state was very comfortable, if not for the fact that Lu Chun still remembered that he wasn't really in the Milky Way waterfall. He would have taken off his clothes and taken a shower. After getting used to it, Lu Chun slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he was no longer frightened by the terrifying scene around him. His eyes only saw the surface. When he could feel the microscopic spiritual energy, star annihilation was no longer scary. He began to stand up and slightly reduce his spiritual energy so that he could use the impact of star annihilation to stand in the void. Then, he began to walk around inside star annihilation. The lunar nether fluorescent eyes almost popped out. Not only was that guy unharmed, but he was also walking around freely inside star annihilation. You, solipsistic, I don't believe you can take on star annihilation. Lu Chun stood inside star annihilation and looked indifferently at the lunar nether fluorescent. Lunar nether fluorescent, you call this star annihilation? Just this? The lunar nether fluorescent almost vomited blood. Solipsistic was looking down on its sure kill skill. The surrounding people's minds were blank. That guy was inside star annihilation as if nothing had happened. He was even chatting with the lunar nether fluorescent. Not only was he chatting, but he was also mocking the lunar nether fluorescent eye. Star annihilation was such a powerful skill, but he asked a question in such a clever way, making it seem like a weak skill. I've lived for so long, but I've never seen such an arrogant person. Solipsistic, he's too strong. I still don't know what happened. Am I hallucinating because I've been under too much pressure from the recent battles? Who's going to slap me awake? Brother, this isn't a hallucination. It's just that reality is more ridiculous than a hallucination. Is he really a human? Why would there be such a monster in the human race? Star annihilation had been going on for 10 minutes, but Lu Chun was still unscathed. The lunar nether fluorescent eye's expression suddenly changed. I understand now. It's its spiritual energy refinement. Thinking of this ability, the lunar nether fluorescent, I could no longer remain calm. Impossible. That's not something a fourth layer of heaven should have. Lu Chun smiled. You know quite a lot. Actually, I didn't know what this ability was called at first. You were the one who told me, just now. Spiritual energy refinement. It's quite appropriate. Impossible. Spiritual energy refinement is an existence that subverts all special effects below the fifth layer of heaven. There are no related records below the fifth layer of heaven. You can't possibly learn this realm. Lu Chen smiled. About this, I comprehended it myself when I was bathing. Xinyuan Zi, Xinhui Yanran, for Xi's expedition, Beishua Gufei, Dongfang Ji, and a large group of people almost collapsed. This guy comprehended an ability that shouldn't exist, and he comprehended it while bathing? What kind of monster was this guy? Chapter 704. No one would have thought that Solipsistic could actually withstand extreme Netherglow's ultimate skill, Star's Annihilation. Not only that, but he could even move freely in Star's Annihilation. Extreme Netherglow was somewhat helpless. You bastard. However, so what if Star's Annihilation can't kill you? But I still have other methods. Besides, you can't kill me. Inside Star's Annihilation, Lu Chen's gaze was fixed on the ground. As he became more and more accustomed to the strength of the spiritual energy inside Star's Annihilation, his vision seemed to become clearer. When you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. This sentence seemed to be more than just a famous saying in the current situation. It was as if there was something in the abyss watching him. This feeling was exactly the same as when Lu Chan first saw Extreme Netherglow's heavenly eye. Could it be that there was another Extreme Netherglow underground? Lu Chan suddenly realized perhaps the Extreme Netherglow in front of him wasn't the real Extreme Netherglow. Otherwise, why would there be an eye underground? When he was challenging the heaven-punishing tower, the boss on the 7th floor was a puppet master. At first, Lu Chen didn't notice it. It was only when Mei Yang reminded him that he killed the puppet master. That dangerous situation left a deep impression on Lu Chen. Previously, Lu Chen had already tested it with the space cannon. The Extreme Netherglow's body couldn't be hit at all. He also used spiritual energy to check, but he didn't even find the Extreme Netherglow's spirit pill. It was fine if its body was empty, but it was abnormal to not have a spirit pill. Its skills consumed a huge amount of spiritual energy. How could it activate without a spirit pill? Originally, Lu Chen was frowning because of this problem, but who would have thought that the answer was actually in Star's Annihilation? The creature underground was the master of Extreme Netherglow, or the main body. It was impossible to determine for the time being, but there was no doubt that the key to solving Extreme Netherglow was the guy hiding underground. Thinking of this, Lu Chen looked at Extreme Netherglow. Hey, little earthworm, you just said that the game has become boring. I agree. So, prepare to die. At this time, Lunar Netherglow also lost some confidence in her heart. Solipsistic had already grasped the spirit chi minute's subtlety. So what else was impossible? You can't kill me. I have a nihility body. Lu Chen coldly snorted. The Taiji gives birth to yin and yang. If there's a void, then there's a real one. You have the nihility body, but I believe that there is another one. After saying that, Lu Chen grabbed the limitless God-Fiend sword with one hand. His entire body went against the flow of Star's Annihilation's powerful spiritual energy and rushed into the abyss. What is he doing? Gui Yanran exclaimed. Xinyuan Zi's breathing began to quicken. He seems to have found a way to kill the Extreme Netherglow. Maybe he can create a miracle. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Solipsistic was finally going to launch an all-out attack. From Extreme Netherglow's rare nervous expression, perhaps he was right. Whether or not they could kill the lunar shadow depended on this. Lu Chen went against the flow and rushed into the bottomless abyss. That I grew bigger and bigger, with a look of disbelief. Impossible, you! How did you find me? After rushing down 1,000 meters, the giant, I was already in front of him. And behind that giant, I was a creature that was extremely similar to the Extreme Netherglow. It had a human body and a snake tail. Its body was huge, but the human body was that of man. Lu Chen immediately understood. There were a total of 2 sacred beasts, the Extreme Yang Illumination and the Extreme Netherglow. All along, the one that moved above was the Extreme Netherglow, and this one was most likely the Extreme Yang Illumination. One yin and one yang, one void and one real. If he hadn't comprehended the spiritual energy subtlety, then Lu Chun wouldn't have been able to survive the star's annihilation. If he didn't survive, then he wouldn't have noticed the abyss and the extreme yang illumination hidden in the abyss. Therefore, it wasn't unreasonable to say that the extreme nether glow was invincible. Because its weakness was hidden too deep, it was too inconceivable. So that's how it is. Lu Chun's heart was like a mirror. Under the spiritual energy subtlety state, Lu Chun could clearly see the extreme yang illumination's huge spiritual core. Obviously, this guy had a weakness. Interestingly, the extreme nether glow was extremely fast. Its combat power was off the charts, and it had the incorporeal body, but the extreme yang illumination couldn't move at all. It could only watch as Lu Chun approached. Impossible! You couldn't have discovered me. Lu Chun sneered. Unfortunately, I seem to like doing the impossible. Go die, sacred beast. Lu Chun angrily shouted. Fierce tiger descends the mountain. Because Lu Chun's spiritual energy storm had to ensure his survival in the star's annihilation, Lu Chun chose fierce tiger descends the mountain, which didn't consume too much spiritual energy. Of course, fierce tiger descends the mountain's damage wasn't low. It was just that the burst wasn't as terrifying as void-shattering and firepower suppression. Lu Chun rushed towards the extreme yang illumination. Minus 280 million, double critical hit, minus 4. 2 million, poisoned, minus 4. 2 million, poisoned, minus 4. 2 million, poisoned, minus 420 million, triple critical hit, minus 4. 2 million, poisoned, minus 4. 2 million, poisoned. Immune, extreme yang illumination was immune to the earth element damage of the Kuei Ox bloodline, but it was still immune to physical attacks and poisons. A string of numbers crazily appeared. In addition, there was dizziness, silence, speed reduction, mana burn, spatial distortion, and other abnormal statuses. I thought you guys were really invincible, but you're only at this level. Lu Chun's anger was completely vented on the extreme yang illumination. After the extreme yang illumination was dizzied, even the star's annihilation stopped. It seemed that this skill was used by this guy. With the star's annihilation gone, Lu Chun was truly free. Come, I'll bring you up. Let everyone see how invincible the so-called invincible extreme nether glow is. Universe annihilation, sky shaking. Lu Chun instantly flashed to where the extreme yang illumination was and fiercely attacked upwards. Listen attentively could attract the enlarged little furball over, not to mention the specialized sky shaking skill. No matter how big the extreme yang illumination was, it was still blasted into the sky by Lu Chun's punch. However, the height of this sky shaking skill was still a bit low, but now that Lu Chun's skill was in the cooldown period, he continued to use sky shaking and directly blasted the extreme yang illumination out of the ground 1,000 meters below ground. Solipsistic has been down for a while. I wonder how he's doing. What's underground? Is the extreme nether glow a puppet? That's impossible. This is really worrying me to death. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, they suddenly realized that the star's annihilation skill had stopped. Then, the extreme nether glow began to lose HP. Minus 280 million, double critical hit, minus 4. 2 million, poisoned, minus 4. 2 million, poisoned, immune. Minus 420 million, triple critical hit, minus 420 million, poisoned, minus 4. 2 million, poisoned, immune. This what's going on? Why is the extreme nether glow losing HP? Solipsistic isn't here at all. The extreme nether glow is actually losing HP? This is simply unheard of. Shen Yuanzi's eyes widened as he took a few deep breaths. Only then did he calm down a little. Heavens, that madman found a way to kill the extreme nether glow. Chapter 705. With a boom, a huge figure flew out of the abyss. A creature similar to extreme nether glow was blasted into the air and then fell to the ground. When people saw the creature clearly, they were shocked. What creature is this? It looks like extreme nether glow, but it's not the same. It seems to be a male and female. Could it be extreme yang illumination? Many people reacted. After all, when it came to sacred beasts, only extreme yang illumination and extreme nether glow were equally famous. With a male upper body, it should be extreme yang illumination, but I've never heard of extreme yang illumination at level 4. After being continuously attacked by Lu Chun, extreme yang illumination had no power to fight back. Furthermore, extreme nether glow could only watch and did not dare to interfere. She seemed to be very afraid of getting close to extreme yang illumination, but she was also very concerned about extreme yang illumination's life and death. Solipsistic you, assistant. At this time, extreme yang illumination's HP was almost empty. Lu Chun could kill him at any time. Extreme yang illuminations, I looked at Netherglow. Sorry, Netherglow, I was discovered by him. He found your weakness. Lu Chun also noticed that extreme Netherglow's HP was almost empty. He quickly understood that these two guys should be sharing damage. Attacking extreme Netherglow did not cause any damage, so as long as extreme yang illumination hit underground, he would not receive any damage. But it was different on the other hand. Extreme yang illumination had a physical body and could be attacked. When extreme yang illumination was attacked, extreme Netherglow would receive the same amount of damage. Lu Chun snorted. Extreme Netherglow, looks like your intangible form is not invincible. Between you and me, the victor has been decided. After saying that, Lu Chun's figure suddenly disappeared. With a void shattering, he directly blasted extreme yang illumination. -4. 5 billion. With this punch, extreme yang illumination's body was directly blasted into a shocking hole. Half of his body was blasted away. Extreme Netherglow suffered the same damage. Half of its huge body was directly blasted away, and its HP was instantly emptied. Extreme yang illumination was instantly killed, but extreme Netherglow was still alive. It might be the effect of some life-saving skill. However, her physical body was damaged. Even if she had a single breath left, she no longer had the strength to fight. Two saint beasts, one alive and one dead, fell in front of Lu Chun. All of a sudden, all the members of the top 10 forces in the war zone were frightened out of their wits. He won? Solipsistic won? So the extreme Netherglow isn't invincible. Its weakness is the extreme yang illumination. If he couldn't find the extreme yang illumination, then it would be impossible to kill the extreme Netherglow. And once you find extreme yang's illumination, it will have almost no ability to fight back and can be easily killed. Be that as it may, who can survive for more than 10 minutes under stars of annihilation? Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to find the extreme yang illumination. Solipsistic is too strong. Lu Chun removed all of his statuses and slowly walked in front of the stricter extreme Netherglow. Before dying, the extreme Netherglow actually opened its eyes. It was a pair of eyes no different from an ordinary person's. She kept looking at the fallen extreme yang illumination with a complicated expression in her eyes. Lu Chun wasn't in a hurry to make his move. Looking at the extreme Netherglow's affectionate gaze, Lu Chun asked gently, "Is he your lover? He and I were born at the same time, but we can't get close to each other. We have to be at least 500 meters apart. Otherwise, the two of us will fuse into nothingness." Lu Chun's heart tightened. The two of them were existences of two extremes. However, while inheriting a huge power, they were also forced to separate and were destined to never be together. Solipsistic, I didn't expect you to really do it. Perhaps to us, annihilation is the final release. Lu Chun let out a long sigh. Along the way, Lu Chun felt more and more that even opponents had their own stories. Even someone like the Butcher might have another side that no one knew. Are you sighing for me? The extreme Netherglow looked at Lu Chun. Lu Chun nodded. You can never be together, but the connection between you is so tight that you can't completely separate. This is a kind of torture for anyone. You're also pitiful people. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Are you sympathizing with the two sacred beasts? Solipsistic, you are really an interesting person. Are you sympathizing with your enemy? Lucian didn't say anything. After Extreme Nether Glow finished laughing, he let out a long sigh. It was as if he had just passed through 1,000 years of time. Actually, we're inferior to the average person. Lone Tyrant, I'm very curious as to what kind of person you are. Since you sympathize with us, you won't be merciful. You're like a saint who cares about the world. But when you make a move, you're like a peerless devil without any mercy. Lu Chan said indifferently, I am only sympathizing with your past, but that doesn't mean I will be merciful. You are my enemy. If I don't make a move, I will be the one who dies in the end. And before I reach the place I want to reach, I will not fall. The Extreme Nether Glow stared at Lu Chan for a long time, then said, So, you are more pitiful than us. I believe that you are more and more aware of how difficult the path you are persevering in is. And on this path, you are destined to move forward alone. No one can help you. No one can share your success and failure. Lu Chan smiled faintly. You're wrong. I'm not alone along the way. I have many friends, and I believe that I will have more friends in the future. After saying that, Lu Chan looked up. The human races Shuangling, Gufei, Yinran, Dongfangji, Moran, Nantian, for C's expedition, the demon race's Balrog family, the Holy War Demon Lord, the desolate god tribe Saintus, and so many tribe members who smiled at him. There were even more people, such as Cowherd, Mountain Strength, Green Shirt, and his friends from Earth. Along the way, he had more and more friends. They treated each other with absolute sincerity. They were friends in life and death situations. They had faced many difficulties together, but they had also walked through it together. Interesting, you have given me too many surprises. The Extreme Netherglow's voice became weaker and weaker. Very good, I'm almost at my limit. As my last battle guarding the fourth heaven, there is no doubt that you have gained my recognition. Solipsistic, you're already qualified to enter the fifth heaven. And thank you for allowing me and Zhu Zhao to finally be free. It is a pity that I cannot see you go further. I do not know how far you can go, and whether you can reach the place you want to go. Lu Chen took a deep breath. I will do my best. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the Extreme Nether Glow slowly closed its eyes. 2 notifications popped up in Lu Chen's system. Killed Extreme Nether Glow, 4th Heaven Domain Boss. Killed Extreme Yang Illumination, 4th Heaven Hidden Heaven Domain Boss. Chapter 706. Killed Extreme Nether Glow, 4th Heaven Domain Boss. Obtained 10 billion spiritual energy points. Obtained 4th grade advancement, 1 talent fragment x 100. Obtained 4th grade advancement, 1 star evolution points x 100. Obtained Holy Beast Core x 10. Killed Extreme Yang Illumination, 4th Heaven Domain Boss. Obtained 10 billion spiritual energy points. Obtained 4th grade advancement, 1 talent fragment x 100. Obtained 4th grade advancement, 1 star evolution points x 100. Obtained Holy Beast Core x 20, triggered by greed. Everyone watched as Lu Chen leveled up. Leveling up was secondary. The main thing was that when this guy came to fight Extreme Netherglow, why didn't he level up first? What the hell is leveling up after fighting? Ding! Obtained item. Seeing the last line of words, Lu Chen's entire body trembled. He was so excited that tears almost flowed out his eyes. The Heaven Domain boss finally dropped equipment. He had already defeated the Heaven Domain boss several times without dropping anything. Now, he was using the triple gate from the first Heaven Domain boss. If it wasn't a quest, then it was a special boss. This time, it finally dropped something. However, the others were even more dumbfounded. Since no one had ever defeated Extreme Netherglow, naturally no one could obtain the items it dropped. In the end, Solipsistic had killed 2 holy beasts and obtained double the items. Extreme Netherglow and Extreme Yang Illumination dropped equipment? It can't be, right? What kind of equipment is it? It can't be a divine artifact, right? It's impossible for it to be a divine artifact, but it might drop a pseudo-divine artifact or a half-divine artifact. Even if it's an immortal artifact, it would at least be a peak immortal artifact. Oh, that's right, it might also drop a super strong skill book. At this time, Lu Qian was also excited. He was carefully looking at the items he obtained. Extreme Nether Glow dropped a fragment of the demon god's lotus heart. This was the last fragment. Now, Lu Qian had already gathered the demon god's lotus heart. He only needed to combine it. Other than that, Extreme Nether Glow only dropped one item. Yang Holy Beast Remnant Soul Stone. You can choose to summon Extreme Nether Glow's Remnant Soul to help you in battle, or adopt the Extreme Nether Glow Infant Holy Beast. Infant Extreme Nether Glow cannot exist by itself. It must exist with Extreme Yang Illumination Infant Holy Beast. As for the Extreme Yang Illumination, it destroyed a piece of Remnant Soul Stone and a piece of Beast God Synthesis Stone. Holy *T, it can't be, right? Only 2 Holy Beast Cubs dropped? This is too lousy. Lu Qian was greatly disappointed. Such a powerful Heaven Domain boss should at least drop a pseudo-divine equipment. In the end, it only dropped 2 Soul Remnant Stones. He had also raised a lot of battle pets. Those divine beast battle pets rarely had a chance to fight. Now, he had 2 more. Lu Qian felt a headache when he thought about the massive amount of materials they would need to grow. Lu Qian was greatly disappointed by the items dropped by the level 4 domain boss. Sighing, Lu Qian didn't have a choice for the time being. He thought that he might as well choose the Holy Beast Remnant Soul, which was more practical than the cub. However, when Lu Qian's gaze stopped on the Beast God Synthesis Stone, he was suddenly stunned. Beast God Synthesis Stone. Duality Sacred Beast, for ultimate mythical beasts, for ultimate ferocious beasts, for ultimate mythical 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 beasts, Duality Sacred Beasts, a total of 18 mythical beasts. When all of them reach adulthood, the Beast God Synthesis Stone catalyzes them to synthesize a Beast God. The Beast God will have to be retrained from a cub, but its attributes will be much higher than those of all battle pets. It can also be extracted. A thunderbolt exploded in Lu Qian's mind. The Beast God's attributes were far better than any battle pets. That wasn't the most intimidating part. The most intimidating part was the last 2 words on the synthetic stone. It can be extracted. Lu Qian had obtained countless pieces of equipment, but only a few of them could be cashed out. Immortal Grade Mount Tai Shaw, Immortal Grade Reincarnation Sarira, which was also known as the Azura Sarira, Immortal Grade Heaven Observation Eye, Immortal Martial Soul Cannon, and this Beast God. The others were all equipment. Only the Beast God was a battle pet. What would a battle pet that could be extracted from the battlefield be like? Just thinking about it made Lu Qian's blood boil. At first, Lu Qian wasn't interested in the Beast God, but when he learned that the Beast God could be extracted, his attitude changed 180 degrees. He began to re-evaluate the value of the Beast God. It was needless to say how difficult it was to obtain those battle pets. Even Yanran of the National Guard only obtained the Black Flame Dragon Emperor, which was made from 4 ferocious beasts. And Lu Qian had obtained all the mythical beasts. Although it was difficult, many people still had mythical beast battle pets. The most difficult part of creating a Beast God was obviously the Divine Beast and the Beast God Synthesis Stone. At least so far, he was the only one who had the Divine Beast and the Divine Beast. Even if the others combined all their mythical beast battle pets, they still wouldn't be able to create a Beast God. Lu Qian was the only one who could create a Beast God. It just so happens that I can still create those little guys. Otherwise, their presence will become less and less noticeable. Generally speaking, the items dropped by a Heaven Domain boss would also have a strong effect in the next Heaven Domain. Judging from the difficulty of creating a Beast God, perhaps the Beast God will be my trump card in the 5th Heaven. Also, battle pets have equipment and skills that have incomparable growth potential. This means that the 2 items dropped by the Divine Beast are actually more useful than a pseudo-divine artifact. demigod artifact, or a heaven-rank advanced skill. Thinking of this, Lu Chun made up his mind to create a beast god. The corpses of the divine beast attracted each other and then disintegrated. They weren't together when they were alive, but they finally merged after death. Looking at the starry sky, Lu Chun shook his head. This was his final destination. The battle with the lunar nether glow was finally over. Lu Chun lowered his head and looked around. At this moment, the war zone was already in a mess. There were huge pits everywhere, probably left by his space spirit energy cannon. There was a huge abyss in the middle of the war zone. It was a bottomless pit left by the lunar nether glow's star annihilation. It hadn't been filled in time, but the divine beast had died in battle. It seemed that it could only become a unique scenery here. At this moment, Lu Chun looked around. The people of the 10 major forces all looked at the human male in the battlefield. At this moment, the Saintess suddenly used the great cauldron talisman and said in a loud voice, "Congratulations to the mad god for killing the divine beast." Everyone looked at each other. Not far away, the human camp shouted in unison, "Congratulations to the mad god for killing the divine beast." Following that, the devil race and the other camps all shouted in unison. On one hand, everyone was intimidated by Lu Chun's strength. During the battle, Lu Chun was decisive and didn't hesitate at all. In addition, there were rumors about the solipsistic. He was a cold-faced demon who never showed mercy to his enemies. Who would dare to provoke such a person? On the other hand, the solipsistic broke the 1,000-year-old legend and defeated the divine beast with his own strength. He was worthy of the title of Mad God. To put it bluntly, with the solipsistic's current strength, who would dare to offend him in the 9 camps? In an instant, the 10,000 races submitted. Gu Fei shook his head. This guy is obviously ridiculously strong, but he didn't let his sister come to watch the battle. If Wild Wavy came and saw this scene, she would worship her brother even more. Mo Rant's eyes flashed with the light of Zi Hao. Not to mention his sister, even I feel extremely proud. Among us humans, there are also people who can make the 10,000 races worship them. On the other hand, Jingwei Yinran had a complicated look in her eyes. Although she was happier than anyone that the solipsistic could survive and was proud of him to see the 10,000 races worship him, she didn't know why, but she had a feeling. It seemed that she would never be able to catch up with that person's back. Chapter 707. Lu Chun spread his wings and flew into the air. His gaze swept across the entire battlefield, and his voice resounded throughout the battlefield. From being a wanted criminal to being worshipped by thousands of races, Lu Chun was already at the peak of the 4th heaven. Today, he could finally be the one to set the rules. From today onwards, all races below the 4th heaven are free to develop. Physical injuries are not allowed in racial wars. Do you have any objections? The leaders of the 9 factions all looked at the man in the air in surprise. They never thought that the solipsistic would actually change the rules of the 3rd and 4th heavens. I don't agree. A Titan immediately shouted. This is unfair to the stronger races. In the Jiuqian, the strong are respected. Why should we, the stronger races, share resources with the weaker races? You humans are weak. That's why you suggested this change. However, we, the Titan race, have a strength to swallow you humans. Without physical injuries, you can't kill the humans. Lu Chun looked coldly at the Titan race man. If I didn't hear wrongly, you said that the humans are weak and unworthy to share the heavens with the Titan race. Many people started to respond to the Titan race man. We are speaking the truth. Although you, the solipsistic, are strong, do the humans have someone like you? Do you think you can change the fate of an entire race alone? You don't need to suffer physical injuries. You humans have so many people. That's your advantage. Lu Chen's eyes flashed coldly. Humans are weak? I think you have not understood your position. I will give you one chance to change your decision. Everyone who disagrees with my suggestion, attack me with all your strength. I will give you time to transfer those who are not affected. After 10 minutes of attack, I will ask again. The foreign races all looked at each other. The solipsistic had the intention to change the rules of the fourth heaven and the lower heavens, but they did not want to change. The contradiction between the two was fundamental. If it was a one-on-one battle, none of them would be a match for the solipsistic. How could they touch someone who could kill the two sacred beasts? However, if so many of them attacked together, the situation might be different. "Start calling people now," Lu Chun said calmly. The Titan expert gritted his teeth and said loudly, "Everyone, we will never be on equal footing with the human race. Solipsistic might be able to withstand star annihilation, but he might not be able to withstand all of our attacks. Everyone, immediately teleport those who are unaffected over here." Not long after, a large number of people poured in from the back of each camp. These people weren't the only ones who took action. Even the Titan giants, who had been weakened, gave themselves a special buff and started off with a highly explosive skill, shattering the mountains and rivers. When the others saw this, they no longer hesitated and attacked one after another. In an instant, tens of thousands of attacks simultaneously rushed towards Lu Chun in midair. There were all kinds of skills from different professions. It was too much for the eyes to take in. However, Lu Chun's body glowed faintly, and all the skills were neutralized. The higher the level of the skill, the greater the proportion of spiritual energy. Even if the arrows of an archer seem to be a physical attack, there must be spiritual energy in it. And Lu Chun, who had mastered spiritual energy, could be said to be in an invincible position. Tens of thousands of skills were still unable to hit Lu Chun. Could it be that he has learned the nihility body? Impossible. It should be the spiritual energy that the lunar nether glow mentioned before. He relied on this skill to withstand star annihilation. My God, all the skills are ineffective? Then how can we fight? Spiritual energy is too overbearing. Xinyuan Zi frowned slightly. It seems that the lunar nether glow was right. Spiritual energy can subvert all the skills below the fifth celestial layer. Beishue Gufei hurriedly asked Senior Xinyuan Zi, "Doesn't that mean that the solipsistic is invincible within the fourth celestial layer?" Xinyuan Zi took a deep breath. That's right. Within the fourth celestial layer, unless there are some extremely rare and special existences, there's nothing that can threaten him. After all, Xinyuan Zi was experienced and knowledgeable. There were indeed some special existences within the fourth celestial layer. For example, the little fur ball, the limitless demon sword. These things were things that even the Jiutian could not control, so they did not completely follow the Jiutian rules. But other than these exceptions, ordinary skills, and special effects were already ineffective against Lu Chun. That kid is finally standing at the peak of the fourth celestial layer. Dongfang Ji sighed, "Invincible within the fourth celestial layer. I have never heard of anyone who could reach this level." For a full 10 minutes, Lu Chun allowed countless experts to join forces and attack him. He was still suspended in the sky, not moving at all. Impossible, we can't hit him at all. How can there be such an unimaginable thing? This has already violated the Jiutian rules. This person is already invincible. Devin looked curiously at Uncle Kwong and tugged at his father's sleeve. "Dad, can I try?" The flame demon actually wanted to try and see how that guy did it. But now it was a matter of position, so he could not be as childish as Devin. "Nonsense. When your Uncle Kwong comes back, let him spar with you alone. If you fight now, it means that you oppose Uncle Kwong's suggestion. Do you object?" Devin hurriedly shook his head. "Of course I don't object. Uncle Kwong is a human, but no one is stronger than him. I am proud of Uncle Kwong, so I definitely won't kill a human." The Balrog smiled faintly. The little guy had been subtly influenced by Old Kwong. Old Kwong was broad-minded. He didn't care about the human race. In his eyes, all races could be friends. Demons, insectoids, nature elves. Just like what he had said before, Old Kwong cared about the common people. The flame demon patted Devin's head and said, "Devin, your Uncle Kwong changed the situation of the Qingyan realm today, but in the future, this piece will still need you juniors to protect it. Dad, I will definitely work hard. I want to be like Uncle Kwong and dominate the world. In the Oxhead clan's camp, the Oxhead clan's father and daughter, who had teamed up with Lu Chun and Shuang Ling, were also present. Xiaolon was already stunned by Lu Chen's strength. Dad, that guy, is he really in the same team as us? He's too strong. 100,000 people besieged him, but he didn't suffer any injuries. The Oxhead clan's brother shook his head and sighed. Unbelievable. He has already reached a height that we can't reach. He killed the Yin Yang sacred beast, and the extreme nether glow can already destroy a race. The solipsistic is even stronger than it. How can these people still not understand? The human race is no longer the weakest race. Because of the solipsistic, the human race can already rule any heaven in the Qin Yun realm. From now on, the situation of the world will be completely overturned. 10 minutes later, Lu Chan shouted in a low voice, 10 minutes is up. With this shout, no one dared to make a move. In fact, in less than 10 minutes, many people had already stopped in despair. That guy was simply an invincible existence. Lu Chen's voice sounded again. All right, I'll ask again. Who has objections to my suggestion? This time, if anyone still feels superior in front of me, I don't mind making your sense of superiority disappear completely. The moment these words came out, everyone's expression changed. The sense of superiority came from the race. The solipsistic meant extermination of the race. Chapter 708. The Titan who had shouted the most fiercely just now had an ashen face. In front of the solipsistic's absolute power, numbers were useless. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as the solipsistic was willing, he could kill everyone present. In fact, everyone in the entire fourth heaven domain. Forget it, Scar. Don't object anymore. His companion beside him said, now his words are the rules. With his strength, the human race is already invincible. His request is not excessive. He did not stop the races from fighting for territory, but only prohibited the use of physical damage skills. In other words, we cannot destroy a race, but the strong will still be strong, and the weak will only get a small amount of territory. It can't be that the solipsistic will destroy the entire race because of this, right? Scar sighed. It seems that this is the only way. At this point, no one dared to object to Lu Chen's suggestion. From now on, physical damage was abolished in the fourth heaven. Lu Chen also heaved a sigh of relief. At least this way, even if Lu, Yi, and the others died, they would not die in the real world. However, he could only guarantee that there would not be any genocide in the fourth heaven. After all, he did not know what the situation was like in the higher heavens. The 9 camps, the wilderness god tribe, the highest commanders of the immortal army, the great generals, and the officials of the Immortal Army Alliance all came to the center of the war zone and signed the new rules. The battle of the two-formed sacred beasts had ended for 2 days, and the rumors about the battle were getting more and more ridiculous. There were too many rumors about the solipsistic also having the nihility body, or that he fought the extreme yang illumination underground for 3 days and 3 nights and finally killed it. His name had become a household name in the fourth heaven. In addition, after the new rules were announced, the various camps also added many new explanations. For example, in abnormal battles, the maximum number of times each person could revive, the scale of the battle, and the duration of the battle. Now that the extreme nether glow was dead, there was no time limit to the battle. If they kept reviving, the 2 armies could fight until the end of time. Lu Chun did not want to ask too much about this situation. There was no way to stop the races from fighting for resources, and he did not have the time to go from house to distribute resources. Moreover, the 5th celestial layer was definitely a place where strength was respected, so competition was inevitable. Forcibly restraining them would be counterproductive. Regardless of what was going on in the outside world, Lu Chun was quite relaxed. He had been staying in Gu Fei's camp for the past 2 days. Today, his backfire effect had ended. The extreme nether glow had already acknowledged Lu Chen's strength. He could directly enter the 5th layer of heaven. However, Lu Chan planned to stay in the fourth layer of heaven for a few more months. Lu, Yi, and the others had also heard about the battle between Lu Chun and Lunar Netherglow. Nantian had actually used a low-level shadow stone to record the battle. This was to be used as a teaching material. Lu, Yi, and the rest had watched their brother's battle. Although it was just a video, they were so frightened by the situation that they were sweating profusely. This level of battle is too exaggerated. Why didn't the guild leader tell us about such an important battle? He didn't want us to worry. Fortunately, Mad God won in the end. However, after watching the battle, I was scared witless. If I didn't know that Mad God was still alive, I would probably have a heart attack. Lu Yi's eyes were red. Stupid Lu Chun, you didn't tell me about a battle of life and death. Now that he won, if he lost, how sad would I be? At this moment, a faint voice sounded. Can your brother lose? I was just afraid that I would delay your cultivation. Everyone turned around and saw that the person who came was none other than Solipsistic. Brother. When Lu Yi saw her brother, she cried and ran to Lu Chun and punched him on the shoulder. Do you still treat me as your sister? Why didn't you tell me about such a dangerous thing? Lu Chun smiled faintly. Silly girl, if I had told you earlier, you would probably have been scared for 2 months. All right, don't cry. I'm fine now. Stardust, Xiao Yaofeng, and the others immediately surrounded him. Mad God, why are you here? Lu Chen smiled. I'm here to see you guys so that people won't say that I don't care about our friendship and don't welcome you guys every time. Mad God, what are you talking about? You've done enough for the players on Earth. Are you guys adapting well here? Adapting. The Southern Sky sect leader wanted us to start as inner disciples, but our strength isn't enough for inner disciples, so we'll start as outer disciples. Lu Chen nodded. That's good too. If we don't live up to the name, it will hinder our future development. There's nothing bad about being outer disciples. That's right, Mad God. There's an outer disciple called Brother Wrist. After knowing that we're from your hometown, he took special care of us. Brother Wrist? Lu Chun just remembered that he had a group of outer disciples in the Celestial Pinnacle sect. It seemed like Brother Wrist worshipped Lu Chun even more now. He even took special care of his hometown. After that, Lu Chun and the others went to see Brother Wrist and the others. After seeing Lu Chun, Brother Wrist was so excited that he was incoherent. In the past, he had nearly charged in a Lone Tyrant's room to teach him a lesson. In the end, if Lone Tyrant had already become the #1 expert within the 4th heavenly layer, it truly felt as if a lifetime had passed. He didn't expect that Lu Chen's room was still intact. He called Lu Yi to his room alone. Fatty, I'll talk to Brother Nantian. You can stay here for now on. It's quieter here. Okay. By the way, can Sister Nuanyuan and the others stay here with me in the future? Up to you. Lu Chun had always doted on Lu Yi, so he naturally didn't have any objections. Will you wait for them? They miss you very much. Lu Chun thought for a while and shook his head. I might be going to the 5th heaven soon. It's just that I still have some things to take care of. I'll stay here for a while. Lu Yi was a little regretful, but she also knew that her brother still had a long way to go. He couldn't stop and wait for anyone. By the way, this is for you. After saying that, Lu Chun took out a key and handed it to Lu Chun. This is the whirlpool key. There are many whirlpools in the 4th heaven. If you're not careful, you'll be sucked in. With this key, you can come out. However, there are also many opportunities in the whirlpool world. If it's not a crisis, try to explore by yourself. Moreover, every whirlpool world has a whirlpool key. This is a spare for you. Louis looked at the key in shock. Brother, how did you get this thing? I've heard of the whirlpool world. I also know that you've come out from a whirlpool before. But this thing shouldn't exist. Lu Chin smiled. I have a passive called greed. 10% will give me an additional reward. Speaking of which, it's quite strange. 2 whirlpools, it was the key that triggered greed. I'm drunk. Oh, by the way, I sold another one. I exchanged it for a high-grade heaven tier cultivation technique and an immortal marshal. If you want to sell, at least exchange it for a mid-grade heaven tier cultivation technique. Lu Yi's eyes widened. What kind of price was that? A high-grade heaven tier cultivation technique and an immortal marshal? That have you finished your daily mission for today? I've finished it. Brother Wrist rushed to help me. Now that everyone knew that Lu Yi was Lu Chen's sister, Brother Wrist would definitely take care of Lu Yi. He would definitely not let Lu Yi do things like daily missions. And all right then, let's go. Follow me to the sex store to exchange for cash withdrawal tickets. Lu Chun pulled Lu Yi. I finally have a chance to withdraw cash. My 2 million plus SEC contributions are already thirsting for it. Chapter 709. The price of the attribute extraction scroll was a little scary. The 3D attribute extraction scroll required 10,000 SEC contributions. The spiritual energy extraction scroll required 100,000 SEC contributions. Furthermore, each person could only extract 10 of each type. Brother, you don't have to exchange it for me. There's an upper limit to the attribute extraction scroll for level 4. If you give it to me, you'll have less. Lu Yi said, anyway, I'll earn it myself in the future. Lu Chen nodded. As SEC contributions could not be given out, Lu Chun could only exchange for the attribute extraction scroll for himself first. That cost him 1,300,000 SEC contributions. The other was the item extraction scroll. The corresponding price of each item was different. When exchanging, one had to let the store appraise it first. Lu Chun placed the items he wanted to extract in the store for appraisal. Among them, the Tai Shuo required 1,200,000 SEC contributions. It was enough to make Lu Chun go bankrupt. At this moment, the person in charge of the sex exchange store, Elder Zhu Xing, hurried over. Solipsistic, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Lu Chun and Elder Zhu Xing had only met a few times. They had not even spoken before. For a moment, he did not know how to answer. They did not seem to be that familiar with each other. I knew it. The person who exchanged 2,500,000 SEC contributions back then must be you. When Elder Zhu Xing saw Lu Chun, he was very excited. He said enthusiastically, what do you want to exchange for? If you don't understand, you can ask me. Lu Chun asked, Elder Zhu Xing, why are the items so expensive? What do you want to extract? An immortal level mount. Immortal level mount? No way. That would require an astronomical amount of SEC contributions. Elder Zhu Xing said in surprise. According to the rules of item extraction, the higher the quality, the higher the cost. As items require a lot of spirit chi to extract, the cost of an immortal level mount is at least 1 million. Lu Chun frowned slightly. Mine is 1,200,000. Of course, I'm talking about the starting price. 2 million is actually the cheapest type. If I'm not wrong, the mount you want to cash out isn't particularly good. Lu Chun nodded. As an immortal mount, the Grand Shuttle was actually inferior to the 9-winged celestial dragon. Its only advantage was that it could be extracted. That's right, that's it. If your 9-winged celestial dragon could be cashed out, the price would be at least 5 million. Oh, that's not right. I reckon that you won't even be able to cash out a 4th layer celestial master. Guild contributions are no longer able to buy cash withdrawal scrolls for items of that level. Lu Chun suddenly thought of the beast deity. If he wanted to extract that thing, wouldn't he have to go up to the 5th heaven, or even higher? Moreover, the 5th layer of heaven shouldn't be using SEC contributions to buy cash notes. Maybe it was spirit stones or some other currency. Lu Chun took a look. Now, he could only afford the cash withdrawal price of the Tai Soa. It would be a waste for him to keep his contributions. Lu Chun finally exchanged for the cash withdrawal price of the Tai Soa. After bidding farewell to the awakened elder, Lu Chun returned to his residence. Brother, for 1,000 attribute points. Lu Yi was now even more excited than Lu Chun. I think the military will ask you to test it again. Lu Chun smiled. Test it then. I haven't gone offline for a long time. Let Brother Wrist help you with your daily missions for a few days. You can rest for a few days. I'll take you to Old Sue's barbecue. That afternoon, a top-secret test was being held in a secret base in the north of Huaxia. Lin Hai, Li Muhua, Jiangqing's secretary Lin, the great wall of iron and blood in the game, and a group of big shots that Lu Chun had never seen before. The top experts in various fields in the country were all nervously looking at the young man who was exercising on the track. After adding 100 attribute points last time, Luchan only took 7 seconds to complete the 100-meter sprint. It was far beyond the human body's limit. I wonder how far he can go this time. At this time, Luchan was panting in his special sprint sportswear and stretching his limbs at the starting point. In fact, he was a little nervous. The human body had a limit because when it exceeded this limit, the human body structure would not be able to withstand it. When the speed reached a certain level, the strong reaction force would also be extremely oppressive to the body. Although 1,000 attribute points had been extracted, Luchan had never used it before. He did not know if his body could withstand it. Li Muhua stood beside Luchan. "Chun, don't go all out for the first time." Luchan nodded. At the start of the first test, Luchan broke through the 6-second barrier. He only took 48 seconds for the 100-meter sprint. In the observation room, there was a burst of exclamations. "Oh my God, 48 seconds. This result is unbelievable." Luchan doesn't have any symptoms of discomfort. If his body structure did not change, that means that his body strength has greatly increased. Unbelievable, unbelievable. I never dreamed that a human could reach such a terrifying speed for a 100-meter sprint. However, Luchan was obviously not going all out. After the test, Luchan had already determined that his body could withstand higher intensity exercise. This time, he would try to run with all his might. Standing at the starting line again, Luchan sprinted forward with a gunshot. 8 seconds. Impossible. Oh my God, it's equivalent to 25 meters per second. It's equivalent to 90 kilometers per hour. The highest speed on the highway is only 120 kilometers per hour. This has completely exceeded the limits of human beings. No, it should be beyond the knowledge of modern technology. Quickly test his strength. Luchan's strength test showed that he could lift 8 tons of weight with both hands. This is simply a real-life version of Superman. His speed is so fast, and his strength has reached an unbelievable level. If this is not Superman, then what is? The most important test was the spiritual power test. This time, the experts had developed a device specifically used to test spiritual power. It looked like an X-ray, but they said it would not harm the human body. The experts found that a small light spot had formed in Luchan's body. What is this? There is an unknown implant in Luchan's body? Impossible. It was normal during the last test. Look, there seems to be something flowing in this light spot. Li Muhua was not an expert and could not understand the device. However, he was not willing to not have a chance to express his opinion. So he said casually, "It can't be a panacea, right?" As soon as he said that, the observation room was suddenly silent for a few seconds. The group of experts exclaimed one after another after going through some kind of complicated process in their minds. Panacea. Yes, panacea. It's a panacea. Yes, look at the energy flow in the light spot. Our device is used to detect the energy flow of spiritual energy. In other words, the light spot contains a lot of spiritual energy. If it's not a panacea, then what is it? Oh my God, this is incredible. After extracting 1,000 points of spiritual power, it can actually form a panacea in the human body. A real panacea. Oh my God. Everyone present could no longer remain calm in the face of such a test result. Earth will usher in a revolution. No, Earth will not usher in a revolution, but a subversion. Chapter 710. This time, Luchan didn't follow the military's car back. Secretary Lin Muhua, come back with us. Luchan invited them. When the two saw the shuttle-shaped vehicle parked on the tarmac, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This was an invitation that they couldn't refuse. The Cosmos shuttle was like a long boat. Its body was streamlined, and it didn't need any fuel to fly. Its speed was extremely fast, and there was no turbulence in the Cosmos shuttle. Most importantly, this thing was too cool to control. There was no need for any operation. As long as Luchan said a word, it would fly according to Luchan's wishes. In the air, the four of them were still standing, but they were still unusually stable. Secretary Lin put his hands behind his back and looked at the white clouds beside him and the tiny building under his feet. He sighed, I can't imagine that things in the Jiuqian can be extracted into reality. I'm getting old. Otherwise, I would really want to be like you guys and explore the Jiuqian. However, I still want to live for a few more years and see what the future of Earth will be like. The future of Earth. Luchan had seen it before. Even a seemingly weak father and daughter could stop a speeding car with one hand. However, Luchan didn't intend to tell others what he saw in the swirl world. Secretary Lin had always taken care of Lu Chun and his sister. Lu Chun smiled and said, Secretary Lin, you're only in your 50s. In fact, I've seen people older than you, and they still have the physique of a young person. Yes, Secretary Lin, no matter what the final results of those experts are, it's now certain that as long as enough attributes are extracted, the human body will exceed the limits of human beings. At that time, a 50-year-old might just be a child, Li Muhua said. Secretary Lin was amused by Li Muhua. A 50-year-old child? Ha 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 ha. Little Li, you really know how to talk. However, although Li Muhua was just joking, what he said wasn't completely hypothetical. Judging from Lu Chen's current physical condition, even if the fourth layer of heaven wasn't so exaggerated, it was almost certain when he reached the fifth or ninth layer of heaven. If there was a way, who would be willing to face death? Secretary Lin's eyes gradually lit up. Yeah, I caught the last bus. Maybe I'm not too late. After sending Secretary Lin home, it was already very late. Lu Chen decided to bring Lu, Yi, and Li Muhua to Old Sue's barbecue. In the middle of the night, Old Sue's barbecue business was booming. As a famous snack stall in River Town, Old Sue's profits were indisputable. The barbecue was genuine and delicious. It had become a brand in the barbecue industry in Rivertown. More than a dozen tables that had been set up temporarily were already filled with people. People were eating barbecue, drinking beer, and chatting enthusiastically. What was interesting was that Jiuqian was the topic of many people's conversations. Our guild has a slot for next week. I should be able to enter the fourth layer of heaven, a young man said loudly, immediately attracting the envious gazes of the people around the table. Many people turned to look at the young man. The fourth heavenly layer was an opportunity that everyone yearned for. Until now, there were only 101 people in the world who had entered the fourth heavenly layer. In the previous batch of Earth Alliance, 100 people had entered the fourth heavenly layer. As for the one, it was naturally solipsistic. His friend was even more envious. Really? The fourth heavenly layer. Even Mad God is still at the fourth heavenly layer. I finally caught up with him. That person seemed to be at ease. For a top-tier guild like Mad Waves, our strength is naturally not something that ordinary guilds can compare to. I've been in Mad Waves for a few years and climbed up step by step with my strength. Hey, I heard that your guild has a few beauties. Of course, our vice president, finance minister, dungeon minister, and foreign affairs minister are all first-class beauties. My goal is to become the foreign affairs minister. Do you know that? Hualuo, of course I know. Brother Bao, before you go to the fourth heavenly layer, the Alliance seems to have given you a lot of attribute pills. Your strength will definitely soar. Yeah, Brother Bao, when you go to the fourth heavenly layer, you'll be a top-tier expert. Hualuo will definitely fall for you. Hey, women are just for fun. With strength, what kind of woman can I get? I can get my hands on that guild leader of mine. The attribute pills will be given out tomorrow, but today I've already exchanged for an attribute exchange scroll. Brother Bao, why did you only exchange for an attribute exchange scroll? Speaking of this, Brother Bao said with righteous indignation, those trash above said that everyone has to rely on their own ability to earn military merits. I've worked so hard for them for so many years, and I still have to earn military merits myself. Forget it, that's not the point. Let me tell you, your Brother Bao is no longer an ordinary person. At the third heavenly layer, one could use military merits to exchange for attribute points, but the limit was only 400 points. Of course, even if the third heavenly layer military merits were easier to obtain than the fourth heavenly layer, Exchanging for an attribute exchange scroll was not something that could be done overnight. At this time, Lu Chun, Lu Yi, and Li Muhua were sitting next to each other. Li Muhua could not help but shake his head. 100 points of attribute points makes you superhuman. My Chun, what are you now? Li Muhua was not someone who liked to stir up trouble, but that guy had spoken rudely to Lung Nuo and Hua Luo, which made him very unhappy. Lu Qin smiled slightly. He was too famous now, so he had to wear a hooded jacket. It was rare for him to go offline, so Lu Chun did not want to talk about the game. He did not answer Li Muhua's boring question. Hey, what do you want to eat? It's my treat today. You can eat until you're full. I'm starving. Are you sure you can eat until you're full? Li Muhua said. Lu Chun frowned and looked at him. What? Are you going to eat until I'm poor? Eat as much as you want. Eat until I'm bankrupt if you can. That's not enough. Any one of your equipment is enough for me to eat for 10 lifetimes, Li Muhua said self-consciously. Lu Chin's current net worth had not been calculated for a long time. Although he did not sell equipment anymore, he earned a few million every day from his personal dungeon. After a few years, his net worth had reached tens of billions. Of course, this did not include his in-game assets. If it was included, it would be very difficult to calculate his net worth. All the players on Earth did not even have 100 spiritual stones. Lu Chun had 7 million. Originally, Lu Chun and the rest were just bragging among friends. However, when they talked about the game, a few young people at the table next to them glanced at Lu Chun and the rest. One piece of equipment to eat for 10 lifetimes. TSK, what are you pretending for? Hey, Brother Bao, don't bother about them. They probably haven't seen what high-level equipment is. Your guild has people who are going to reach the 4th heaven. What can they use to compete with you, Brother Bao? When Li Muhua heard these people chattering, he immediately put on a straight face. Lu Chun pressed his hand down and said, Eat first. Lu Chin's words obviously had meaning. Li Muhua rolled his eyes at them and sat down again. Okay, boss, give me 50 sets of lamb kidneys. How weak are you? Eating so many kidneys? You're the weak one. I like to eat kidneys. After eating supper, the few people at the table next to them did not leave. They were all flattering Brother Bao. Brother Bao was also immersed in his vanity. After a few glasses of wine, he became even more arrogant. When he saw Lu Chun and the rest stand up, he turned around and said to Lu Yi, Hey, beautiful. Brother is going to reach the 4th heaven soon. I'll give you a chance to hug my thigh and be my woman. I'll bring you glory and wealth. How about it? Lu Yi narrowed her eyes and walked in front of that person. With a slap, Lu Yi slapped that person so hard that he saw stars. When Brother Bao's friends saw that this woman was so fierce, they all stood up angrily and shouted, You're looking for death. Do you believe it will kill you right now? At this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Fatty, are you sure you're full? Why do I feel like you're not full? One slap is not enough. Hit him harder. If they dare to touch you, I'll teach them a lesson. Chapter 711. When Lu Chun took off his hood, the young people were stunned when they saw his silhouette. When the people around saw Lu Chen's face, they were so shocked that they dropped the skewers in their hands. No, it's impossible. I actually saw a living. Mad God. What? Mad God is eating barbecue? He's eating barbecue with us. Oh my God, Mad God, Mad God. I'm your fan. Lu Chun shook his head. He knew that this would be the result once he showed his face. Mad God was now a household name on Earth. Many people had seen his videos and live broadcasts. Who didn't know him? Brother Bao, who had fallen to the ground, covered his mouth and looked at Lu Chun in shock. His eyes were full of horror. Mad God. You're Mad God. President. I was wrong. I really didn't know she was your friend. Lu Chun snorted and stood up. If she wasn't my friend, or if I wasn't solipsistic, you could bully people in the name of Mad God? No, I just said that. I was wrong. I slapped my own mouth. Brother Bao was completely sober. This time, Louis didn't need to do anything. He slapped his own face more than 10 times in a row. The corners of his mouth were bleeding. Lu Chun snorted and said to Lu Yi, Go back and check it out. Kick him out of the guild. Lu Yi glared at Brother Bao. She would do it even if her brother didn't tell her. I think he's just bragging. If you don't even know Mad God and E, how can you go to the fourth heaven? Li Muhua said coldly. E, don't be angry. There are all kinds of birds in the sea. The surrounding people had already surrounded the three of them, asking for autographs, photos, and calling their friends. When the bustling passers-by saw this, more and more people came over. When the newcomers saw Lu Chun, they went crazy. Damn, it's Mad God. He's really from Jiang City. I actually saw the real Mad God. Mad God, how was the fourth heaven? Mad God, can I add you on WeChat? I will definitely not harass you. Please. Li Muhua could only pretend to be Lu Chen's security guard. Lu Chun shook his head. At this rate, he was afraid that there would be a commotion here soon. It was better to leave this place quickly. Not far away, there was a car. The body of the car was covered by a cloth. From the outside, the two cars seemed to be very long. It was unknown what brand they were. Lu Chun casually paid 500 yuan, which was definitely enough for their expenses. Then, he hurriedly brought Lu, Yi, and Li Muhua to the front of the car. Old Su looked at Lu Chun in shock. You're so solipsistic. You don't have to pay. You've done so much for us. How can I take your money? Lu Chun smiled faintly. Old Su, what Mad God? I'm just here to eat the barbecue you made. There are too many people today. I have to go. I'll come again next time. A group of people followed closely behind, taking pictures with their phones. Mad God, give me your autograph. If I have your autograph, I can brag about it for a year. Lu Chun hurriedly brought Li Muhua and his sister away. He walked quickly to the front of the tesseract and pulled off the cloth. Only then did the people realize that the thing under the cloth was not a car at all. It was a strange-looking shuttle-type vehicle. The three of them boarded the tesseract, which directly shot into the sky. Damn, what's that? Is it a magical mount? No way. Mad God has a mount from the Empyrean? Can this thing be extracted into reality? It's possible. If a level 3 item can be extracted into reality, it's not impossible for a level 4 item to be materialized. It was just that this was too cool. A magical mount. Lu Chun and the rest finally returned home. Lu Chun let out a long sigh of relief. Sigh, Chun, your influence is too great now. Next time, you can't show your face. Thank goodness it was at night this time. If it was during the day, we wouldn't be able to come out at all. We'll have to increase the number of soldiers here in the future, Li Muhua said thoughtfully. Lu Chun hurriedly stopped him from having such a scary idea. No need. There's soldiers patrolling and drilling here every morning. I almost forgot that this is a commercial villa area. If you send more soldiers here, this place will really become a military base. Anyway, I don't have many chances to go offline. At most, I'll just wear a mask when I go out next time. Louis sighed. Brother, you're more famous than an international superstar now. Those people just now are crazy. Lu Chun smiled. It's okay. They didn't mean any harm. Also, there aren't many people who can hurt me now. Speaking of this, Lu Chun frowned slightly. Muhua, you still have to tell your people in the Earth Alliance. In the future, when selecting people who can extract limited attributes, they have to do a thorough check. If this ability falls into the hands of people with ulterior motives, it'll be very dangerous. After today's incident, Li Muhua had a deep understanding of this. Now, there were only a few people on Earth who had the opportunity to extract attributes. Once their attributes were extracted, their bodies would be far superior to ordinary people. Level 3 was not too exaggerated, but if it was level 4, it would be very scary. Okay, I'll report this to the Alliance's chairman. In the future, when everyone's strength increases, we won't be able to control them with their own abilities. However, at this stage, we still have to increase the supervision. These things could be left to Li Muhua to handle. That night, a large number of photos appeared on the internet. They were all photos of Lu Chun and the other two, as well as Tai Saw. Once the photos were released, it quickly caused a sensation on the internet. That's definitely a Jiuqin mount. Look, there's no steering wheel. Mad God can fly without any control. If it's not a mount, then what is it? I'm so excited. If items can be extracted, does that mean my baby will have the opportunity to extract attributes in the future too? I can't wait to go to level 4 now. I'm so anxious. Why didn't Mad God extract his nine-winged celestial dragon? If that guy comes to reality, it'll definitely make people go crazy. Just thinking about it makes me excited. They still didn't know that in level 4, only items with the word extractable could be extracted, and the cost was very high. Brother, look, everyone knows about the extraction of items. He sat in front of the computer and browsed the photos on the forum. It doesn't matter. This is good too. In the future, I won't cause a bigger sensation when I use Tai Saw. Chen laughed. But they don't know how much sect contributions Tai Suan needs to extract. He sighed. 2 million sect contributions. Unless you do a large sect mission, it's impossible to save that much. Why? Don't you have confidence in yourself? Of course not. I can definitely save enough. He said unconvinced. Chen smiled. His sister was still stubborn. However, if He really couldn't save enough, he didn't mind helping her with a few exploration missions in the swirl world. Brother, when are you going to level 5? They all say that level 5 is a qualitative change. He suddenly asked. I just caught up with you, and you're going to level 5 again. You'll be alone again in the future. I'm worried about you. Silly girl, I can still go offline. Besides, your brother is very strong. Speaking of which, I'm looking forward to level 5. After I meet a friend, I should be able to go to the 5th heaven. Chapter 712. Chen no longer felt anything about being the center of attention after experiencing it so many times. The next day, Chen went shopping with his sister as if nothing had happened. He spent most of his time in the Jiuqian and spent very little time with his sister. In the blink of an eye, his sister had grown up a lot and was now a young lady. This time, Chen did not drive his taisho. The two of them rode in Li Muhua's military vehicle. On the way back, Chen suddenly asked his sister, Hey, fatty, you're not young anymore. Do you have anyone you like now? Li Muhua, who was driving, perked up his ears even higher than a rabbit. He was a little shy and stammered. Chen knew at a glance that she had someone she liked. Who is it? That cough, Brother Muhua. Li Muhua was so excited that his heart stopped beating. Is it me? I knew it was me. You finally felt my feelings. Brother Muhua, what are you saying? I'm saying, drive properly and don't eavesdrop. We're so close, and you're still thinking about me. Li Muhua was like a deflated balloon. Sigh. The leader said that I can't have feelings for the person I'm protecting. Sigh. Chen looked at Li Muhua sympathetically. This guy was rejected just like that. It was a little pitiful. Brother, actually, after reaching level 4, someone has been taking care of me. It's just that. Sigh. It feels a little unrealistic. Chen immediately reacted. It can't be another human, right? Who? Beishue Gufei, this guy. Chen said fiercely. Brother, why are you so fierce? Is he not good? Beishue Gufei's character was impeccable. When he competed with Chen, he was upright. After reaching level 4, he had risked his life with Chen several times. From the Azura world to the trial of the human race, he did not hesitate at all. Moreover, this fellow was the newcomer with the most potential among the 5 major forces. His strength was very strong. Among the few people he knew, Yanran, Dongfangji, Moran, and the others, he was the strongest. As for his appearance, he was indeed quite handsome. When he first appeared, who knew how many female players screamed? If he was on Earth, he would definitely be an idol. Chen shook his head. That guy's not bad. Hey, he just doesn't want you to marry someone else. Li Muhua interrupted. Right, Chen? Chen was annoyed and amused at the same time. This guy had just been rejected, and now he was trying to undermine him. He was indeed a good friend. He leaned on Chen's shoulder. Brother, we just met. Besides, we are from 2 different worlds. Brother, I don't want to get married. I want to stay by your side. Chen smiled. Silly girl. Actually, people from different worlds can meet, but it has to be in a higher heaven region. If you really like him, I won't stop you. However, girls shouldn't trust others so easily. Observe carefully before you invest your feelings. Also, tell Gufei that if he wants to pursue my sister, he has to beat me. This, brother, isn't it too much to ask for him to beat you? Li Muhua was gloating in front. Ha ha ha, beating Mad God? Impossible. That guy has no chance. Brother Mu. Oh, Lu Chun smiled and said, at least let that kid know that it's not so easy to chase after my sister. You should also see if he works hard enough. If he retreats in the face of difficulties, then this kind of person is not worth trusting. Lu Yi finally understood her brother's intentions. However, the more it was like this, the more she couldn't bear to part with her brother. Brother, I just have a good impression of him. I won't get married. Won't get married? Lu Chun hoped so too, but this thought was too selfish. For the sake of his sister's happiness, he had to let go when it was time. After spending 2 days with his sister, Lu Chun returned to the Zhoutian. Next, Lu Chun went straight to the Wilderness God tribe. The saintess personally welcomed him. Xuangling was still in the Wilderness God tribe. Brother Du Quang, why haven't you gone to the 5th heaven? I need to level up before going. I also have some things to deal with. Lu Chun said. All right, where does the Wilderness God tribe plan to develop in the future? If you guys want to go to the 5th heaven, we can go together. The saintess shook her head. Now that the heaven domain boss is dead, the entrance to the Zhoutian 5th heaven is closed. We need to wait for the new heaven domain boss to descend. Lu Chun just remembered that he was the only one who had passed the heaven domain boss. The others had yet to do so. We will definitely go to the 5th heaven. However, there are still many things we need to do here. The saintess took a sip of tea. There are still many people who are not strong enough. We need to settle them down. Lu Chun nodded. The Wilderness God tribe had 300,000 people, but there were also many women, children, and the elderly. As the leader of the tribe, the saintess had to consider everything. If we are fated to meet, we should meet again. The saintess smiled. Lu Chun smiled. Okay, all right, Xuangling, when are you going to the 5th heaven? You should be strong enough to defeat the heaven domain boss. Xuangling's expression changed. She said sadly, Brother Quang, I'm afraid I can't go to the 5th heaven for now. The rise of the Frost tribe needs me. I need to go back to the 3rd heaven and the 2nd heaven to reunite the tribe. Lu Chun was also reluctant to part with Xuangling. Xuangling was the friend who was closest to his strength. Moreover, she was still growing. With her by his side, Lu Chun would not be so lonely. Unfortunately, from the moment he implanted the black frost divine blood into Xuangling's body, Xuangling had to bear the fate of the Frost tribe. Although it was a bit regretful, Lu Chun still smiled. That's right, Xuangling, with your strength, there are few in the 4th heaven who can match you. The rise of the Frost tribe is imminent. If you see my tribe members, help them sometimes. They're still very weak. Brother Quang, from now on, the players of Earth are the friends of the Frost tribe. There is no doubt about that, Xuangling said with certainty. Lu Chun originally planned to pick Xuangling up, but now it seemed that he could only leave by himself. Then, Xuangling, you have to be more careful in the future. Lu Chun stood up and said goodbye to the saintess. He then looked at Xuangling and turned to leave. Looking at Lu Chun's lonely back, Xuangling could no longer hold it in. Her tears fell like rain. When they first met, he was alone. He had billions of people. Now he was still alone. He had many friends who treated him with sincerity, but he still walked on that path alone. His strength was tyrannical, but at this moment, it was difficult to hide his lonely back. Perhaps he was destined to only be accompanied by loneliness on this path. Brother Quang, wait for me. I will definitely find you. The saintess walked up. Xuangling, there is no need to force yourself. The path of the strong is destined to be lonely. Only he can complete this heaven-defying path. However, the sad atmosphere did not last long. Xuangling and the saintess saw that there was a rhubarb dog, a little fur ball, and 3 ghost pets by Lu Chun's side. 1 man, 1 dog, 1 rat, and 3 ghosts walked away, laughing and joking. The saintess was a little embarrassed. What lonely companionship. It looked very lively over there. Chapter 713. After returning to the game, Lu Chun left the human territory and found a quiet lake by himself. He released all his battle pets. 4 of them had reached adulthood, Chaos, Tao Tai, Black Dragon, and Azure Dragon. There are also a lot of young ones. Lu Chun counted the beast cores in his hand. We have enough beast cores and special soul essences. We're just a little short on EXP. Once we return, I'll bring you to the Wildlands to level up. Lu Chun opened the Personal Instance dungeon page. The Personal Instance dungeon's attributeless soul essence was already full, but he needed to go to the lower realm to retrieve it. I have to make a trip to the second heaven. I can't even afford the lower realm pass anymore. Lu Chun could only choose to go directly to the second heaven. After all, the third heaven required military merits. He was still a commoner and had no military merits, so he could not change his lower realm token. Directly jumping 2 levels to the heaven domain, the second heaven lower realm token's price was also 5 digits. Forget it. There's no need to rush the beast god fusion. Let's fuse the demonic god Lotus Heart first. He placed the 9 fragments of the demonic god's Lotus Heart on the fusion interface. This item did not require any other materials and could be fused directly. A golden light flashed, and a black lotus appeared in front of Lu Chun. Congratulations, you have successfully fused the demon god Lotus Heart. Lu Chun couldn't wait to open the demonic god's Lotus Heart's attribute panel. Fiend god Lotus Heart, unique, unknown quality magic treasure. The heart of the demon and God's Lotus Heart increased all 3 attributes by 50,000 points and spiritual energy by 10,000 points. The attributes were quite overpowered, but Lu Chun did not care about these attributes. The key was the special effects. Special Effect 1. Inner Demon. After entering the Inner Demon state, the Inner Demon's power will be unleashed. All attributes will be increased by 100%, attack will be increased by 100%, and the user will enter the Berserk state. Attack speed and movement speed will be increased by 200%, skill casting speed will be increased by 200%, and the damage received will be increased by 500%. In the Inner Demon state, the physical body will be highly strengthened and the damage to the physical body will be reduced by 80%. However, in the Inner Demon state, the user will enter the Inner Demon state and lose 5% of their ability to control their thoughts every second. If they stay in this state for a long time, they will lose their nature forever. When the Inner Demon enters the body, after exiting the Inner Demon state, 1% of the ability to control thoughts will be restored every 10 minutes. You can set an upper limit for this special effect. The first special effect scared Lu Chun to the point of choking. The boost from the Inner Demon state was terrifying. It felt as if he had really gone crazy. All his attributes have been greatly improved. In addition, under the Inner Demon state, there was an effect of reducing physical damage. After the 5th Celestial tier, this ability was absolutely crucial. This special effect directly reduced damage by 80%, which was extremely terrifying. However, in contrast to the many powerful abilities, there was a terrifying backlash. Damage received increased by 500%, losing 5% of his rationality every second. These 2 recoil effects were even more terrifying than the amplification effect. Losing 5% of his rationality every second meant that he could not simply enter the Inner Demon state for 20 seconds. The consequences of losing 30% of his rationality were already hard to predict. Moreover, when his rationality gradually decreased, it was easy to trigger a chain reaction. After losing part of his rationality, Lu Chun was likely to continue to prolong the duration of his Inner Demon state regardless of the consequences. It really is an extremely sharp double-edged sword. It is ridiculously strong, but the aftereffects are equally terrifying. If you use your inner demons as a last resort, you must ensure that the amount of inner demons entering your body does not exceed 20%. Fortunately, he could control the duration of this special effect. Just in case, Lu Chun first set the duration at 4 seconds. Special Effect 2. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. Enter the Sacred Lotus Sword Heart realm from the normal form. In this realm, the sword follows the heart and is traceless. Every sword is as if the main body is personally wielding the sword to attack. Enjoy the close combat special effect and increase the imprisonment effect. Once stabbed by the sacred lotus sword heart, the enemy will enter a strong control state of imprisonment for 0.1 seconds. The sacred lotus sword heart has a total of 108 swords. The damage of each sword is the total of all types of attacks in the current state *6 plus spiritual attack *500 plus 100 points of physical damage. In this state, the opponent's sword will lose its effect. Skill duration, 3 minutes. Skill cooldown, 17, 30 to 13 days. Divine Demon Origin Cultivation Technique shortens by 5 days. Divine Demon 6 Transformation shortens by 3 days. Divine Demon Limitless Sword shortens by 2 days. Divine Demon Dual Heavenly Might shortens by 3 days. Liu Chen frowned. My poison attack and physical attack are at their strongest, around 44 million. This is 250 million. With the addition of the 500 million spiritual attack, one sword is 750 million. I can also enjoy critical hits, combo attacks, and use Fierce Tiger Descends the Mountain at the same time. Calculating it like this, if others used the sacred lotus sword heart, it would be 108 swords. If Liu Chen used this move, he could reach 1080 swords in his peak state. Forget about the damage. It was 750 billion even without critical hits. Even if it was a critical hit, it would reach 1 trillion. Considering the high-level Heaven Domain realm opponents, their defenses and resistances wouldn't be low, but it shouldn't be a problem to hit a few hundred billion. The key was the physical damage. This was the first time the skill quantified the physical damage. Looking at it now, Liu Chen still didn't know what 100 points of physical damage meant. In the high-level Heaven Domain, the physical damage would also be quantified, but I can't figure out right now. It was a pity that such a terrifying skill could only be used once every 17 days and only for 3 minutes each time. Can't this skill refresh its cooldown? I'm not in a critical state yet. Perhaps it can affect the cooldown. Thinking of this, Liu Chen used Place of Death, Dragon Blood Boil, and 3-World Reincarnation, putting the skills in a non-cooldown state. Skill cooldown, 17 days. Very good, I really can't refresh it. Liu Chen shook his head. The demon god Lotus Heart only had 2 special effects. The 2 skills gave people a strong feeling, but they also had a large drawback. The inner demon state increased all aspects and 80% physical damage immunity. This was the first time a skill appeared to protect the body, but although the duration was too short and there was a risk of becoming a demon. According to Liu Chen's personality, he wouldn't use it if he could. The Sacred Lotus Heart's damage was explosive and it was stronger than the Spatial Spirit Energy Cannon. Other than the high damage, as long as the enemy was hit once, they could attack continuously. With 0.1 seconds of strong control, this 108 sword skill was like a seamless combo. After being hit once, there would be 107 sword attacks. If Liu Chen used it, after the enemy was hit once, there would be 1,079 sword attacks. But he could only use it once every 17 days. If he met a dense battle, he could only use it as a final trump card. The advantages and disadvantages of these 2 skills are very clear. Alright, let's see if there are any new special effects for the mixed demon and god cultivation method. After obtaining the new demon god set, the mixed demon and god cultivation method had a new exclusive special effect. Exclusive Special Effect 3. The Demon God Lotus Heart will activate the 2nd stage of the demon state. The increase won't change, but the damage received will be reduced to an additional 100% damage. At the same time, you will lose 1% of your mind control ability every second. The Sacred Lotus Heart has been upgraded to a reserve skill. It can be used 3 times at most. When the mixed demon and god cultivation method reaches the 5th stage, the above special effect will be activated. This is good. The Demon God Lotus Heart's special effect is immediately useful. Liu Chen said in surprise. Chapter 714. After equipping the demonic god's Lotus Heart, Liu Chen had another demonic god set. At this time, The sacred lotus sword heart could only be used 3 times. Looking at the 3 times sacred lotus sword heart, Liu Chun felt incomparably at ease. Let's go. I'll level up and try out the new skills. In the following time, Liu Chun completely immersed himself in the wilderness of the savage lands. Sacred lotus sword heart. After more than 1,000 slashes, a large number of monsters fell. Killed a 5-petal flower demon. Captured 1. 3 billion world evolution points. Obtained 3rd promotion rank 5 fragment. Obtained 3rd promotion rank 5 evolution points. Extracted 280 pure aura points. Killed Shengyu. Recovered 2 billion world evolution points. Obtained 3rd promotion rank 7 fragment plus 8. Obtained 3rd promotion rank 7 evolution points. A large amount of experience appeared. Liu Chun had previously struggled to kill these monsters. Now he could directly kill them in one move. Damn, isn't it a bit wasteful to use this skill to kill monsters? Let's try the inner demon and feel the feeling of entering the inner demon state. After entering the inner demon state, Liu Chun felt the blood in his body quickly flowing. He was extremely excited. This is the inner demon state. Liu Chun began to feel more and more excited. All the blood in his body rushed to his brain. Because he was losing 5% of his chi every second, Liu Chun had set the maximum duration to 4 seconds. Within these 4 seconds, he seemed to have gone crazy. His speed was as fast as lightning, his attacks were fast, and his skills were even faster. Kill. Liu Chun's eyes were bloodshot. I'll tear you all to shreds. I'll tear you all to shreds. Boss. Liu Yi looked at Liu Chun worriedly. The crazy evil child in front of her was not the boss she knew. He was too bloodthirsty. When the 4 seconds were up, Liu Chun's entire body went limp. It wasn't that his body was exhausted, but that he had spent too much energy suppressing his murderous heart. With the passage of time, Liu Chun gradually recovered. He glanced at the broken corpses around him and sat on the side, panting heavily. The inner demon state is too terrifying. I can feel myself being immersed in the ecstasy of obtaining power and the madness of killing. Boss, you were really terrifying just now. You rarely killed your opponents in the past, but in that short period of time, you seem to have changed into a different person. Liu Chun nodded. I know. The further I go, the harder it is for me to control myself. Forget it. I won't use this skill for the time being before I upgrade my mental cultivation method to the 5th level. After trying out the 2 new skills, Liu Chun decided on his future strategy. The Sacred Lotus Sword Heart would be his trump card, and he wouldn't normally use it. After all, it was a skill that could only be used once every 17 days. Using it once would cause him to feel heartache. As for the inner demon, he would have to wait until his mental cultivation technique was upgraded and the demonic god's Lotus Heart special effects were strengthened before using it. In the following time, Liu Chun began to farm as usual. There were many new species here, and there was no lack of mythical beasts. In the process of leveling up, Liu Chun collected evolution materials and new bloodlines. A month later, Liu Chun had reached the maximum level of 440. He began to level up the mythical beasts, Little Green, the Alchemy Boy, and Xiao Min. Most importantly, he collected evolution materials. 3 months later, Liu Chun raised his star rank to the 3rd promotion 7 stars, and his attributes increased again. Liu Chun opened his interface. Under normal circumstances, Liu Chun's 3D average was around 1,600,000, his spiritual power 1 million, and his health 85 million. Physical attack 1,800,000, physical defense 970,000. In addition, Liu Chun changed a few bloodline talents. Now that Liu Chun had the Heaven's Eye, he didn't need the Flower Goblin's talent anymore. He changed it to the bloodline of the exotic beast Shengyu. The fastest flying speed in the air was increased to 30 meters per second. When flying, he could use Shadow Impact to increase his movement speed by 300% and gain the ability to become invisible. F***CK my beak. Liu Chun touched the beak he spat out and almost collapsed. Why did he inherit this feature? In addition to Sheng Yu's flying enhancement bloodline, Lu Chen also fused with the bloodlines of the Wind-Eye Bear and the Dark Armored Pangolin. The Wind-Eye Bear had the Fierce Strike talent, which was an active stun skill. Its attacks had wind element damage, while the Dark Armored Pangolin had the Earth Walking talent and Earth element resistance. These two bloodlines replaced the Poisonous Spider bloodline and the Snake Group bloodline. Now, his poison damage of a few million was not enough. Oh, my two poisons. They've been with me since the beginning. They've always been very useful. However, the replaced talents could be stored. There was no need to throw them away completely. If he needed them in the future, he could replace them in advance before the battle. It would just cost him some reputation points. Anyway, Lu Chun had a lot of those things now. There were also some exotic beasts in the wild areas of the wildlands, but they were very rare. They were like rare bosses. Lu Chun killed some exotic beasts and divine beasts, but it was far from the requirement of killing 1,000 of them. For the time being, he would wait until he killed the same kind of beasts in the future. At present, other than the Barbarian Bull and Sheng Yu bloodlines, the other bloodlines could no longer be upgraded. It seemed that they could only be upgraded to the second or third grade at most. He could only wait for a similar replacement in the future. After fusing with the three new bloodlines, Lu Chen's appearance underwent a huge change again. The pair of fox ears on his head and the foxtail behind him were still there. These two were fine, but the huge beak on his face was about 30 centimeters long, which greatly affected his vision. If the beak was still bearable, then his left arm, directly turned into a bear's paw, was really unbearable. Damn, you're just a wind-eye giant bear. What right do you have to directly occupy my arm? Lu Chen was speechless. His back was still a little hunched, and his entire back had become a smooth arc covered with dense scales. This should be the change brought about by the Dark Armored Pangolin bloodline. Lu Chen looked pitifully at Lu Yi. Fortunately, he met Lu Yi. If he couldn't smelt with his previous appearance, and with a bunch of new characteristics, what would he become? Little Green, I'm counting on you. Make me look better, Wawa. Lu Chen opened his beak and spoke in human language. Damn, why did I say Wawa? I only have a beak. I'm not a birdman. Gee. Lu Yi held back her laughter. Boss, I'll try my best, but the smelting process is random. I can't guarantee that it will look better than now. Lu Chen's face was full of despair. At least make this beak disappear for me, or else I'll go crazy. Wah, damn, you're still doing it. Wah. Lu Chen wished he could tear this beak off right now. Little Green, hurry up and smelt with all your might. Don't pity me. Wah, why your sister? Lu Chen took the initiative to jump into Lu Yi's furnace. Lu Yi put in a lot of herbs and started fire. Boss, I'm going to start. This time, the smelting process was especially long. It took a few hours to complete. Maybe it was because the bloodline of the wild beasts here was higher. When the lid was opened, steam came out from inside. Xiaomin covered her mouth and said in horror, Sister Lu, boss won't be cooked, right? The medicine boy was also paying attention to the furnace. It was the first time he saw Lu Chen change his appearance, so he was even more curious. I can smell the fragrance of meat. I'm afraid not only is it cooked, it might even be burnt. Lu Yi shook her head. Impossible, boss will definitely be able to withstand it. Boss, are you there? Here. A voice came from inside. Chapter 715. A white figure emerged from the medicine cauldron. At this moment, Lu Chen no longer looked like the evil child from before. The Lu Chen standing in front of Lu Yi and the others had exquisite facial features. He was about 1.9 meters tall and had a well-proportioned body. His short white hair fluttered in the wind. His skin was snow white and delicate, and his white eyebrows were slanted to his temples. His face was resolute. His pair of dark red eyes made him look a little demonic with a hint of coldness. His foxtail was gone, leaving only a pair of fox ears. It seemed that Lu Yi had always been fond of this pair of ears and had been trying her best to keep them for Lu Chen. Lu Yi and Xiao Min were stunned. At first glance, Lu Chen's current strength might not be heaven-defying, but his looks were definitely heaven-defying. Ha 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 ha! I'm finally handsome for once. Lu Chun spoiled his demeanor as the demon prince the moment he opened his mouth. With my current looks, even that brat Gufei has to admit defeat. Lu Chun was bursting with confidence. He was handsome and elegant now. Most importantly, his demonic style was full of exotic charm and would definitely arouse people's curiosity. Boss, can you not talk? That feeling was pretty good just now. Once you talk, you collapse. Xiaoman shook her head. No matter what Lu Chun looked like, he was still the boss she was familiar with. Lu Chun felt comfortable all over. After coming to Jiutian for so long, he had transformed into strange things several times. This time, he was the closest to a human form. Although he did not look exactly like a human, according to human aesthetics, he was still handsome. Little Green, can't you take off my ears too? They don't feel domineering enough. No, Xiaoman hurriedly said. Boss, I like your furry ears. They're so cute. Lu Chun frowned slightly. He was clearly a straight man. Why do you have to be cute? Strange Kwang. What bloodline did you inherit your current form from? How did you become so handsome all of a sudden? The apprentice asked. Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, I think boss might have obtained the gene for albinism. Look at his white hair and eyebrows. It's like the albinism of all living creatures, but it shouldn't affect his strength. Lu Chun didn't care too much. Anyway, he was very satisfied with his new image. Now, he could even travel around Jiutian in this form. Lu Chun's level was already maxed out, and there wasn't much to play with in the wild monsters nearby. Lu Chun caught 40 rare beasts and became a member of the army. He returned to the Celestial Pinnacle sect in exchange for a lower world token. After returning to the Spirit Gathering Mountain in the second heaven, Lu Chun saw Ershan, 3 idiots, 8 heads, 10 tigers, and other subordinates whom he had not seen for a few years. Over the years, their levels had already been maxed out, but Lu Chun didn't come to pick them up, so they just stayed here and cultivated their spiritual power. Seeing these original comrades again, Lu Chun felt a little emotional. He even thought of the 3 idiots, the 3 gnolls who died in battle. That was also the first time he felt that he couldn't protect everyone. Unfortunately, Lu Chun was in the 3rd heaven and the 4th heaven. He couldn't find a suitable place to settle the army. He didn't even have any military merits in the 3rd heaven, so he couldn't directly enter. If he randomly placed them in the wilderness of the 4th heaven, even if there were 40 high-level beasts, they still wouldn't be able to protect themselves there. There are still many people on Earth in the 2nd heaven. The number of times to clear the personal dungeon is full every day, and you can also collect attributeless soul essences. You guys should stay in the 2nd heaven for now, Lu Chun said to Ershan and Ershan. How about this? I'll raise the level of the army first, then raise the level of the personal dungeon. When there's a suitable opportunity in the future, I'll bring you guys to a higher heaven region. Lu Chun noticed that the 40 beasts were restricted to level 100 after returning to the 2nd heaven. Their strength was greatly reduced. This was probably the result of them not having a lower world token. However, Lu Chun didn't expect them to fight. His main goal was to expand the number of people in the army. Now that his army had 90 monsters, Lu Chun could raise the army to a level 7 army in one go. A new building appeared in the army. Temple of Demons. Lu Chun looked at the description of the new building strangely. This was a new building that appeared in the level 5 army. Its function was to obtain a percentage of Lu Chun's Heaven's Wrath ability. It could ignore distance and respond to Lu Chun's Heaven's Wrath. In the level 1 Temple of Demons, the monsters enjoyed the 10% bonus effect of Lu Chun's Heaven's Wrath. Now that Lu Chun's level was 2, for times the normal level, all the army members could also break through the upper limit of 24%. The level limit in the 2nd heaven broke through 100 and reached level 124. On the other hand, when Lu Chun used Divine Might and Demonic Might, even if there wasn't a single monster in his current map, the army members in the 2nd heaven could respond to his Heaven's Wrath and provide him with attributes. Damn, this is so strong. Lu Chun's eyes widened. He thought that other than the blood sacrifice shield, soul essences, and earning money wouldn't be of much use in the army. Who knew that such a function would appear? This, I have to level up the army properly in the future, Lu Chen exclaimed. When the army reached level 7, the Temple of Demons could also be upgraded to level 8. All the monsters in the army would enjoy the 30% bonus effect of Heaven's Wrath, and the level limit would be 172. Now, they could level up here again. When the army reached level 7, an upgrade option appeared in the army warehouse. Not only did it increase the capacity of the warehouse, but it also had the ability to use the warehouse remotely. Lu Chen could directly obtain and store items from the Heaven's domain he was in. In other words, I don't have to come back to collect the soul essences in the future. Also, I can use the warehouse remotely. This is too convenient. Lu Chen couldn't help but think that if the army leveled up a few more times, it would be even more convenient if he could carry the army around with him. Unfortunately, this function hadn't appeared yet. Forget it, I can't ask for too much. Let's take it slow. The medicine boy had been inspecting the army's environment alone. When Lu Chen was almost done with his matters, he returned. I didn't expect there to be such a treasure land in the second heaven. Xiao Kuang, you've really picked up a treasure. Ah, what do you mean? Lu Chen asked curiously. The medicine boy explained, this is a natural spiritual source. It's extremely vast. I've never seen such a vast natural spiritual source anywhere else. Simply put, there must be some kind of powerful treasure under this mountain range. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Treasure? He was most interested in this. However, my suggestion is to not touch this treasure for the time being. Let it continue to provide spiritual energy for your army. Look at your army's spiritual source. It's still in a state of natural upgrading. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, after coming to the Spirit Condensation Mountain Range, he no longer needed to provide spiritual energy for his spiritual source. The 3 armies' spiritual sources had all been upgraded to the peak of Stage 4. That was the result of their own upgrades. Also, how long do you have left with your Mortal Domain token? 3 days. There are a lot of things to do this time. Those sect tributes probably won't be of much use in the future, so I changed them to 3 days, Lu Chen replied. 3 days, the time difference is too long. The medicine boy calculated. Can you bring your army with you? No, but I can retrieve items remotely. That's good. In that case, I'll stay here. Anyway, it's very safe here. I'll open up a large herb garden here. The spiritual energy here is abundant. It's most suitable for precious herbs to grow. Little Green, if you get any rare herbs, put them in the warehouse. I'll take them out and cultivate them. You can take them away after I'm done. That works? Of course, the spiritual energy here is endless. It's really too rare. I didn't know about it before, but now that I know, it's a waste if I don't make good use of it, the medicine boy said sadly. Chapter 716. Of course, it was best that the medicine boy was willing to stay. Even humanoid monsters, such as the mountain, had limited intelligence and could only repeat Lu Chen's orders. The medicine boy was an intelligent spirit pet and could help Lu Chen manage the army. Little boy, are you sure you want to stay? Xiaomin looked at the medicine boy with some reluctance. The medicine boy touched his nose and avoided Xiaomin's gaze. He had been lonely for a long time, and now that someone was suddenly concerned about him, the medicine boy felt a little reluctant. Ahem. Well, anyway, Xiao Kuang will come and pick me up in the future. He's brainless and dares to fight even if he can't beat me. If I don't get more herbs for him, I'm afraid he'll die sooner or later. Although the medicine boy had always liked to be sharp-tongued, everyone could feel his concern for Lu Chen. He would rather stay alone, which was a sacrifice in itself. After all, what the medicine boy was most afraid of was loneliness. Lu Chen nodded. Little boy, don't worry. When I find a suitable place for the army to develop, I'll come and pick you guys up. You, don't forget. I won't forget. Lu Chen smiled. You're so powerful. How could I forget? I'll come and pick you guys up as soon as possible. After being praised, the medicine boy immediately became proud. He shook his head and said, That's not unreasonable. After the army was upgraded, the division of labor within the army was further refined. Lu Chen gave the highest authority to the medicine boy and appointed him as the deputy commander. Not only did he command all the army members, but if Lu Chun gave him enough reputation, he could also capture monsters, expand the army, and upgrade the operation of the army. Of course, Lu Chun had always thought that the medicine boy did not have any combat ability. To capture army members, he had to enter the stage of subduing them by force. That was a one-on-one battle. It was useless to have more people. However, Lu Chun did not expect the medicine boy to help him expand the army. It was already an unexpected gain to have the herb garden ready. 2 days later, when Lu Chun was about to leave the second level of heaven, he suddenly remembered something. There's still some time for the token. Come with me to a place to take a look, Lu Chun said. Are there any other spiritual sources in the second heaven? The errand boy was very interested. I don't know either. I don't think the place I'm going to is the spirit source. It's an interesting place. When I passed by that place before, I felt that something was wrong. I'll go check it out again. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chun brought the three of them to the Bridge of Helplessness. At the end of the Bridge of Helplessness sat an old woman whose face was filled with confusion. It was the Meng Pa who collected the toll. The river of forgetfulness under the Bridge of Helplessness was faintly emitting black gas. When Meng Pa saw Lu Chun, she was stunned. It's you? Lu Chun smiled. You still remember me? When Meng Pa smiled, the area around her face was already twisted like the roots of a tree. Of course I remember. Over the years, the number of people willing to spend hundreds of millions of gold coins to cross the Bridge of Helplessness can be counted on my 2 hands. Which heaven did you come from? 4th level. 4th level. I didn't expect you to grow so quickly. Meng Pa said thoughtfully. You didn't come back to see the river of forgetfulness, did you? Lu Chun nodded. Senior Meng Pa, when I first crossed the river of forgetfulness, I felt that there was something unusual here. It was as if there was something hidden below. Meng Pa glanced at the river of forgetfulness and said leisurely, the red spider lily blooms on the other shore. The heartbreak grass is sorrowful and heartbroken. Before the Bridge of Helplessness, before the 3 live stone, 3 lives are decided. Young man, the number of people who have seen me twice can be counted on 1 hand. You and I are considered to be fated. Let me remind you, you'd better not touch the thing below now. Lu Chun's brows knitted tightly. Lu Chun still couldn't guess Meng Pa's identity. She could be like Qin Sheng and Old Ma from the 3rd heaven. If that was the case, her strength was far inferior to his. But she could also be like Mu Xian and the mountain people from a higher heaven domain. With regard to Meng Pa's warning, should Lu Chun listen or... Meng Pa seemed to see Lu Chun's hesitation and suddenly changed the topic. Young man, there's one more thing that I thought of. It might be related to you. Related to me? Lu Chun asked curiously. Yes, Meng Pa said. You should remember the rules of my toll. 1 million gold coins. You can keep the memories of the person you care about the most. 100 million gold coins. Not only can you keep the memories, you can also increase your attributes. Lu Chun nodded. Of course he remembered such an expensive toll. When it comes to me, there are very few people who have 100 million gold coins on them. Even the juniors of the large powers of the high-level heaven domain are unable to support all of them. Lu Chun didn't doubt this point. So, even if you want to keep your memories, it's an astronomical figure for many people. I don't know how long I've been here. I've seen many people, but there's a girl who left a deep impression on me. Lu Chun frowned as he listened. That girl chose to forget. Forget? Didn't Senior say that most people would choose to forget? Why did she leave a deep impression on you? Meng Pa laughed. There's nothing strange about her choice, but what she said left a deep impression on me. What did she say? Meng Pa repeated her words. I'm sorry, I really can't gather so much money. It's impossible for my family to give me so many gold coins, so I can only choose to forget. But if he is my destined one, he will definitely appear in my world again. He will make me remember him again. He will ride the 9-winged heavenly dragon and appear in front of me. With that, Meng Pa opened her wrinkled palm. There were 2 sparkling crystals inside. Lu Chun was in a daze. Only he had a 9-winged heavenly dragon. He looked at the crystal in Meng Pa's palm and asked, What is this? Her tears, her memories. With that, Meng Pu threw the crystal into the river of forgetfulness. Young man, I can't control your feelings, but this is the first time I've heard such words. If you want to know who she is, wait until you pass the 5th layer of heaven. Only then will you be qualified to enter the river of forgetfulness. Lu Chun stared blankly at the crystal that sank into the water. Who is she? After a long silence, Lu Chun sighed. Mengpa had made it very clear this time. He had to pass the 5th layer of heaven to have the strength to enter the river of forgetfulness. Then, his current strength might not be enough. Mengpa smiled and no longer looked at Lu Chun. She repeated those words again. The red spider lily blooms on the other shore. The heartbroken grass is sorrowful and heartbroken. Before the bridge of helplessness, before the stone of 3 lives, 3 lives. Lu Chun also knew that Mengpa had already made an exception by telling him so much. It was useless for him to ask any more questions. Thank you, senior. Lu Chun bowed deeply to Mengpa and turned to leave. Looking at Lu Chun's receding figure, Mengpo's turbid eyes looked towards the horizon. Lu Chun, are you that girl's destined one? If so, don't let that girl wait too long. She doesn't have much time left. Chapter 717. Lu Chun did not know who the girl was. Mengpa did not give him any hints, but when he thought of the girl crying for him, Lu Chun felt a little sad. Was he the person she cared about the most? The funny thing was that he was not sure who she was. Lu Yileng knew all. Impossible, they all remembered him. Perhaps he would only know the answer after crossing the river of forgetfulness. The mortal realm token's time was almost up. Lu Chun sent the potion boy back to the army, looked at Big Fool and the others, and turned to leave the 2nd heaven. In front of the 4th heaven tower, a white-haired man walked towards the tower alone. The successor of Lunar Glow had not arrived yet. At this stage, only Lu Chun could enter the 5th heaven, standing in front of the towering tower. Although Lu Chun was now at the 4th heaven, when he looked up, the tower was still towering in the clouds, and he could not see the top of the tower. Just as he was about to enter the tower, a voice came from behind him. Brother Quang. Lu Chun looked back and saw a woman in white standing in the distance. He did not tell anyone when he came to the tower. Shuang Ling actually appeared at this time. He did not know how long she had been waiting here. Shuang Ling, Lu Chun smiled at the woman in the distance. At least there was someone who came to send him off. Brother Quang, be careful. Thousands of words were condensed into the simplest of blessings. Lu Chun nodded and shouted from afar, You too. After that, Lu Chun entered the Tong Tian Tower without looking back. The 4th heaven boss room was particularly spacious. To accommodate lunar glow and extreme yang illumination, this place must be big enough. However, at this time, the room was empty. Lu Chun could directly pass through the room and climb the stairs to the 5th floor. In front of the huge black hole, Lu Chun took a deep breath. Is everyone ready? Let's go. As soon as he stepped into the black hole portal, Lu Chun suddenly felt dizzy. After a short moment of dizziness, when Lu Chun opened his eyes, he was shocked to find that he was in his own room, inside a villa on Earth. He could even see himself lying inside the gaming cockpit. Lu Chun was dumbfounded. Wasn't he going to 5th heaven? Then what the hell is going on now? When a person saw himself lying in front of himself, the feeling was truly horrifying. Even though Lu Chun had been through hundreds of battles, he was still frightened. I'm not dead, am I? At this moment, a system notification appeared. Seeing the system notification, Lu Chun finally let out a sigh of relief. Seeing the system notification meant that he was not dead yet. Please do not panic. You are currently still in the 9th heaven domain. As the 5th heaven domain requires you to upgrade your gaming equipment, please operate your gaming equipment according to the system prompt. Detected that your gaming equipment is the XR41 gaming cockpit. The equipment is rather outdated. Please operate with caution. Lu Chun was speechless. His equipment was probably the most advanced equipment that Tianqing could provide. It cost as much as 800,000. In order to prevent Tianqing from cutting off Lu Chun's connection again, The military had personally purchased this equipment under the military's name. In the end, it turned out to be rather outdated. Perhaps the equipment in other worlds were more advanced. Anyway, Liu Chun was sure that on Earth, his gaming cockpit was already the best. Please open the gaming cockpit and press the surface of the gaming cockpit's helmet with your right thumb. We will activate the secondary operating system according to your fingerprints. This won't affect me, right? I mean, affect me in real life? Your current operation is a virtual operation. Only the pre-installed program will respond to your actions. It will not affect your safety in real life. However, just in case, please follow the operating instructions. Liu Chun nodded. Speaking of which, his consciousness was in the Jiuqian. If the Jiuqian wanted to harm him, they did not have to go through so much trouble. After opening the gaming cockpit, Liu Chun pressed the smooth surface of the helmet with his right thumb. Fingerprint confirmed. A small door suddenly opened on the side of the gaming helmet. There was only one red button inside. Please activate secondary operating system. Liu Chun thought about it and finally pressed the red button. Program upgrade. Your equipment will be bound to you. If the equipment is damaged, you will only need to buy a new one and unlock secondary operating system with your fingerprints. You will be forced to go offline in 5 minutes. The system upgrade will take about 15 minutes. After the upgrade, you will directly enter the fifth heaven domain. Have a good game. The system notification ended, and Liu Chun entered the countdown to go offline. Liu Chun frowned slightly. The system needs to be upgraded? This is the first time I've encountered something like this. It was said that the fifth heaven was a qualitative change. Just from the way he logged in, it indicated that this sentence was not wrong. Now, all Liu Chun needed to do was wait patiently. After 5 minutes, he would automatically go offline. After going offline, Liu Chun opened his eyes and found that the gaming cockpit door was really open. The secondary operating system on the side of his helmet had also been activated. Damn, what a strange feeling. Liu Chun could not help but shiver. Someone had opened his gaming cockpit just now. If it was someone else, killing him would be a piece of cake. But what was more terrifying was that that person was actually himself. Another version of himself. Taking advantage of a system upgrade, Liu Chun ran to Liu Yi's room to take a look. That girl was lying in the gaming cockpit, and everything was normal. I wonder what that girl is doing. 15 minutes later, Liu Chun could not wait to log into the game again. He hurried back to his room. The system upgrade had been completed. At this time, the gaming cockpit had changed from a 30-degree tilt to a completely upright state. The original glass door had become completely black, and the inside could not be seen from the outside. What the hell? Why did the appearance change? Liu Chun did not understand the difference. Don't tell me I have to stand in the future. This doesn't make sense. Opening the cockpit door, Liu Chun put on the gaming helmet like before. Your secondary operating system has been completed. When entering the game this time, we will use interstellar teleportation technology to send your body to Jiutian. We can only guarantee that there will be no accidents during the teleportation process. Do you wish to continue? Liu Chun almost vomited blood. What? Interstellar teleportation? This? My body entering Jiutian? Are you kidding me? The system did not answer. Damn. This, I'm not ready yet. Wait. Liu Chun temporarily gave up on the teleportation and took off the gaming helmet. He squatted on the ground and panted heavily. Sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. Entering the game with one's consciousness and entering the game with one's own body were two different feelings. In other words, once Liu Chun was ready, he would undergo an unprecedented interstellar teleportation. He had not yet entered the fifth heaven and had not seen what the fifth heaven was like or what kind of strong people were there. Just the login method alone was enough to make Liu Chun tremble in fear. Chapter 718. If it was in the past, Liu Chun might have needed to calm down for a long time. However, after countless battles in the third and fourth heavens, Liu Chun's mental fortitude had unknowingly matured. At this moment, he sat on the edge of his bed and took a deep breath to calm himself down. The login method from the brain's neuron quantum replication to the current direct teleportation marked the first qualitative change in the fifth heavens. In the fifth heavens, physical damage would become the norm, and that word would linger in his mind, all of a sudden, death. Lu Chun, oh Lu Chun, have you forgotten the answer you're looking for? If such a login method is enough to make you cower, then how are you going to reach the peak of the nine heavens? Lu Chun took a deep breath. Death? Have you not faced enough third heavens and fourth heavens? After going through these two celestial domains, I actually already have the ability to face a real battle. What's more, other people are also directly teleporting. If they're not afraid, why should I be afraid? After a round of self-motivation, Lu Chun stood up again and walked to the front of the game cabin. Isn't it just teleportation? This will only make the game more interesting. Lu Chun's eyes gradually revealed a look of excitement, just like when he encountered a strong enemy in the game. Unknowingly, Lu Chun had transformed from an ordinary person into a strong person. Entering the game cabin again, Lu Chun closed the cabin door and put on the game helmet. Facing the system prompt again, he did not hesitate to select confirm. Fifth heavens, I the solipsistic am coming. Lu Chun's game cabin's glass door had become a one-way glass. It was impossible to see inside from the outside, and no one would notice. In fact, in Lu Chun's game cabin, a silver light lit up. At this time, there was no one in the game cabin. Physical teleportation was the first prerequisite for entering the fifth heavens. After a familiar dizziness, when Lu Chun opened his eyes, he found himself in a small village. The village was currently empty, with only a few simple houses. The doors of each house were open, and daily necessities could be seen in the houses. It was obvious that there were people living here, but there was no one around. Lu Chun touched his body. Speaking of which, it was quite strange. Lu Chun really couldn't tell if his body was in the game or in real life. The only difference was probably his attire. Lu Chun was now wearing his own red wild blood sword god outfit, not the big pants and vest that he wore at home. Is this the fifth layer of heaven? Where are the villagers? Lu Chun was puzzled. However, he still had a lot of questions, so he decided to start from the ones that could be solved. Right, what about my attributes? Should I use my physical attributes or the attributes in the game? Lu Chun opened his personal attribute panel. When he looked at the attributes, he almost collapsed. The 2 million points were all gone. Right now, his value was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. Physical attributes: Strength 1133, Agility 1142, Physique 1151, True Nuclear Spiritual Pill, Mixed Spiritual Pill, Spiritual Power 1100. From the data, these attributes should be Lu Chun's physical attributes. He had used a lot of reality extraction scrolls, which was why his attributes were so high. Looking at his skills and bloodline, they were all gone. F***CK. What the hell? Lu Chun exclaimed. I worked so hard to level up, increase my stars, and get equipment, but my stats are all gone. Just as Lu Chun was about to curse, he found that he had a new function page. Battle Soul Attribute Panel. Lu Chun opened the panel. In this panel, the solipsistic Battle Soul attribute appeared, including the extremely long name and exaggerated attributes. They were all there. At this moment, the system's explanation was displayed. The fifth layer of heaven is the beginning of the real Jiutian. Everyone has the opportunity to embark on the real path of cultivation. Please absorb your Battle Soul strength. You will inherit all the Battle Soul's attributes, equipment, and other attributes. Lu Chun heaved a sigh of relief and quickly chose to inherit the Battle Soul's attributes. This thing could not be lost. It was not easy for him to upgrade it. However, after absorbing the attributes, Lu Chun found that he had indeed mastered all the Battle Soul skills, bloodline, and equipment, but he did not inherit the Battle Soul's attributes. What's going on? Where are my million attribute points? Lu Chun was a little flustered. Battle Soul absorption completed. You will obtain a new ability, Soul-Body Fusion. When in the state of Soul-Body Fusion, your attributes will be synchronized with the Battle Soul. Soul-Body Fusion is limited to 10 minutes per day. The maximum cumulative time is 60 minutes. If you do not use Soul-Body Fusion on that day, 10 minutes of Soul-Body Fusion time will be restored. This skill is available to all servers and cannot be affected by any other skills. F*CK, 10 minutes per day. That's not the soul-body fusion state. Doesn't that mean all my attributes are trash? Lu Chen frowned. This fifth heaven was too much of a qualitative change. The change was so big that Lu Chen found it hard to accept. Friendly system reminder. The higher the heaven domain, the shorter the duration of soul-body fusion. It is recommended that you increase your physical strength first. Only with a strong physical body can you go further. This system reminder will be the last AI reminder of the built-in system. After this, the system will only retain basic functions such as item identification and map display. The real game has begun. Welcome to the 9th heaven domain. Finally, the system wishes you a happy game. Lu Chen was stunned for a long time before he reacted. Embark on the real path of cultivation. Lu Chen pondered over this sentence. So Mu Xian and the others were real itinerant immortals? Jiutian finally revealed its true face in the 5th heaven. This was indeed a Xinxia-themed online game. However, it was so real that players could cultivate, and the network was extended to the entire universe. The system reminder had already disappeared. Lu Chen took a deep breath and began to analyze his current situation. First, he looked at the soul-body fusion state. Currently, his cumulative usage time was 10 minutes. If I encounter danger, I should be able to escape within 10 minutes. Lu Chen muttered to himself. With his current attributes, he was confident in this. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's nervous mood relaxed a little. If I don't use soul-body fusion for 6 days, then I can get an hour of time. I can handle most of the battles. If all the players in the server are like this, then I don't have to be nervous. Lu Chen calmed down. My attributes shouldn't be low. After all, not everyone can exchange for so many reality extraction scrolls. However, I can't be completely sure. After all, there are some races in the 5th heaven. Their advantages can be truly extracted. If I don't use soul-body fusion, I'm afraid I won't be a match for them. Fortunately, I have the celestial demon fusion cultivation technique and bloodline talent. Even if it's my own growth speed, it won't be slower than others. Thinking of this, Lu Chen finally calmed down completely. The 5th heaven was indeed not a joke. Not only did he have to teleport his own body in, but after the battle soul restriction, even for Lu Chen, danger lurked everywhere. You call the 5th heaven a real game? Lu Chen's lips curled up. Very good. You're playing big, right? Interesting. Chapter 719. Currently, Lu Chen had his previous skills and equipment, but his attributes had become his own. Lu Chen tried to summon Little Green, Xiao Min, Furball, and Rhubarb, and sure enough, all 4 of them came out. Boss, have we reached the 5th level of heaven? Lu Chen nodded. Yes, here it is, but the changes are a bit big. Let me take a look at your attributes first. Little Green and the rest's attributes had already been reduced to 0. Now, Shi and Xiaomin existed in the Battle Soul form. On the 2's attribute panel, there was an option to activate Battle Soul form. Currently, the option was grayed out. The description said that after activating the Battle Soul form, Xiao Min and Little Green's attributes would be restored. However, only Lu Chen could activate his own Battle Soul form to activate this state. Lu Chen immediately checked his mythical beast battle pets, and they were all in the same situation. Lu Chen completely understood that the 5th level of heaven divided his strength into 2 parts. His own body's strength, which was Lu Chen's own attributes. When he didn't activate soul form as 1, he was a real person. The skills he had learned before could still be used, but the power would be sharply reduced after the attributes were lowered. The Battle Soul strength was the accumulated strength before the 5th level of heaven. This part of the strength was still effective, but now there was a time limit. One thing to note was that the equipment's attributes could now only be added to the Battle Soul's attributes. After obtaining an excellent equipment, the body would only obtain the equipment skills. What was surprising was that Furball and Rhubarb's situation was different from the other battle pets. Furball and Rhubarb had their own independent soul form as 1 skill. Damn, you two actually didn't use soul form as one with me? Lu Chen's eyes were full of shock. Forget about Furball. Old Yao had said that it was a heaven-swallowing rat that had the power to destroy heaven and earth. It shouldn't exist in the Zhouqian, so it wasn't strange for it to have some strange phenomena. But what the hell was rhubarb? Its 3 attributes were all 5, and its spiritual power attribute had reached an astonishing 0. This guy with a battle strength of 5 trash actually had his own soul-body fusion. Rhubarb was sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail as it looked happily at Lu Chun. It looked a little silly. Rhubarb, what secrets are you hiding from me? Lu Chun stroked Rhubarb's head. Don't you only know how to find treasures? Woof, woof, woof. You know how to fight? You? Fight? Lu Chen's face was full of disbelief. If I let you fight, wouldn't Mu Xian's spirit in heaven strike me to death? Lu Chun shook his head. At this stage, it was impossible for him to let Rhubarb fight. However, the little fur ball was still very powerful. If it had an independent soul-body fusion time, then Lu Chun would have an extra 10 minutes of soul-body fusion time. Even if he used up his soul-body fusion time, the little fur ball could still use it. Little guy, you're very strong. Lu Chun held the little fur ball in his palm and gently patted its little head. I'm really curious to see how strong you will be in the future. The little fur ball brought another piece of good news. It was equivalent to Lu Chun having twice the amount of soul-body fusion time compared to others. Since he was already here, Lu Chun calmed down and observed his surroundings. This was an ordinary little village. There were straw houses and tiled houses. The doors of the houses were wide open, and he could see that the daily necessities inside were very traditional. There were no electrical appliances. It feels a bit like an ancient village. Lu Chun frowned slightly. Strange, the doors are wide open. Where do the people go? Not long after, 100 or so people came back from outside the village. These people were all from a human race. There were men, women, old, and young. Lu Chun was a bit puzzled. Could it be that these people came from the 4th layer of heaven? But why were there children? Some of the children were only 3 or 4 years old. Their bodies were dirty, and they were wiping their snot. If they were also experts recognized by the extreme netherglow, Lu Chun would probably collapse. Behind these people, there was a large group of people carrying simple stretchers. On the stretchers lay 30 to 40 people. Although the villagers had already treated their injuries, the bandages were still covered in blood. Some of them were missing limbs, and some of them were lying motionless on the stretchers. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. What's going on? Lu Chun was a bit confused. When they saw Lu Chun, they immediately surrounded him. Who are you? Why are you in our village? Lu Chun blinked his eyes. This question was very deadly. Why was he in the village? Was he teleported here by interstellar transportation and from the 4th layer of heaven? Cough, cough, this cough, cough. I'm just passing by. Lu Chun forced himself to make up an excuse. Passing by? You're dressed so flirtatiously, and you came to our village while we were hunting dragons. I think you're a rapist, a villager said angrily. Lu Chun glanced at the women in the village. They were quite down to earth. I think you've misunderstood. I'm really not a rapist. Misunderstood? Then how can you prove that you're not? How can I prove that I'm not? How can I King prove that I'm not? I didn't do anything. You can insult my appearance, but you can't insult my character. Lu Chun shook his head. Uncles and aunties, I didn't steal anything, and I didn't steal anyone. I didn't do anything. Why are you saying that I'm a bad person? The villagers looked at each other. This guy seemed to have a point. When there was no one in the village, he was just standing here. He didn't have anything in his hands that didn't belong to him. Lu Chun saw that the emotions on their faces had calmed down. It seemed that they were quite simple and ordinary people. I'm really just passing by. It's my first time here, so I'm not familiar with this place. If I've offended you, please forgive me. Seeing that this young man spoke politely, the villagers finally let down their psychological guard. You're a foreigner. How did you come to our place? To be honest, I came here by accident. Lu Chun thought about it and asked, Excuse me, you said that you were going to hunt a dragon. What did that mean? A dark-skinned strong man said, "We don't even know about hunting a dragon? You look like you're from a wealthy family. It's not surprising that you don't know. We need to go to the nearby, crouching dragon mountain to hunt demons. Then, we'll take the demon materials to the nearby county to sell in exchange for survival items for the village." Lu Chun asked curiously, "Then what about the demons that you've hunted?" "Sigh, the dragon species we encountered this time was too strong. We suffered heavy casualties. It's good enough that we managed to escape." Speaking of this dragon hunt, many villagers sighed. "Sigh, there's no extra food in the village. I don't know if we can survive this winter. My family's Yuzi is gone this time. How are we going to survive if we're left behind?" "Huzi's mother, don't cry. Everyone has food to eat. We definitely won't let you and your mother starve," an old man said. Huzi's mother shook her head while crying. "Village chief, there's no extra food in the village. Today, the immortals are coming to collect rent. We don't have enough food. We're going to be punished again. This winter, we can only eat wild vegetables and tree bark." Lu Chun frowned as he listened by the side. Without a doubt, this group of people did not come from the fourth layer of heaven. They were probably ordinary people living in this world. "The immortals are coming to collect rent?" Lu Chun asked curiously. The village chief shook his head. "They're not here to collect rent. They're here to collect lives." Chapter 720. If you guess correctly, then the so-called immortals could be cultivators, or even those who came from the fourth layer of heaven. However, Lu Chun was flabbergasted when he heard that the immortals were here to claim their lives. Originally, Lu Chun thought that the fifth layer of heaven was a world where the fourth layer of heaven experts fought for hegemony. He did not expect that it would involve ordinary people as well. Even ordinary people were not spared. One could imagine how cruel the fifth layer of heaven was. During this dragon hunt, more than 20 people died in the village. They were all young and strong laborers. The villagers were burying the dead when a child hurriedly ran over from the village entrance. "The immortals are here," the little boy shouted anxiously. "They will definitely come. I just did not expect them to come so quickly." The village chief was so anxious that sweat was already seeping out of his forehead. Not long later, 7 or 8 men and women wearing white robes with outstanding temperaments had already entered the village. These people had their chins slightly raised, looking high and mighty. Just as they walked in front of the crowd, the leading man in white robes said arrogantly, "Hurry up and pay this month's grain rent." The village chief did not dare to look directly at the immortal. He trembled as he said, "Reporting to the immortal, we did not gather enough grain rent, but we went to hunt a dragon. We are thinking of a way." "Hunt a dragon? What about the dragon species?" "This time we encountered a rank 1 earth dragon. It was too difficult to deal with. 24 people in the village have already died. So, you did not gather enough grain rent and did not hunt a dragon species?" The immortal's tone was cold. His calm tone made the village chief sweat profusely. He stuttered as he said, "Reporting to the immortal, we really, less nonsense. I will ask again. Did you not gather enough grain rent? Answer me yes or no." The village chief had a stomach full of words, but he could only forcefully swallow them back. He lowered his head and answered, "Yes, and that's easy. How much is less? Pay with your life." "Immortal," the village chief said anxiously. A trace of coldness flashed across the man's eyes. In a flash, he was in front of the village chief. With a slap, he sent the village chief flying. The old man crashed into the wall of a house far away, causing it to collapse. "Village chief." A few villagers hurriedly ran over and dragged the village chief out of the rubble. The old village chief was on the verge of death. The immortal was completely unmoved. "Someone else who can speak up. Hand over the rent first." The villagers did not dare to disobey. Several young people carried over 20 sacks and placed them respectfully in front of the immortal. The man glanced over and snorted coldly. "For bags less. For lives. Do you want to choose, or should I?" The villagers looked at each other. The old village chief was still breathing. He looked at the villagers. Just now, they had lost more than 20 young and strong men, and now another 4 had to die. Cough, cough, cough. It's all because I'm useless. Count me in. Village head, you can't go. I'm old and I've lived long enough. The elders of the village can go first. Count me in. I don't have any arms now. If I live, I'll only be a burden to everyone. Urju, if it wasn't for you last time, we wouldn't have been able to subdue that beast. You are a cripple for the village. A disability is a disability. One by one, the villagers stood up. The others fell into sorrow, but there was nothing they could do. At this moment, the man suddenly saw Lu Chun in the crowd. Currently, Lu Chun was in the observation stage. However, his clothes and temperament were completely different from the villagers who had been starving for a long time. He was recognized at a glance. "And there's such a person in your village? Hey, the kid in red, come over here." Lu Chun slightly frowned and walked out from the crowd. "Immortal, are you calling me? What else? Look, who here is still wearing red?" Lu Chun nodded. "Oh, then you should be calling me. Immortal, I'm not from this village. The matters here don't seem to have much to do with me." The few immortals looked at each other. The leader sneered. "Don't worry, we know you're not from this village. Let me ask you, are you willing to join the immortal sect?" Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. This group of people actually wanted him to join the immortal sect? "Kid, we're all the same. All the experts in the 5th celestial layer are crazily gathering resources to increase their strength. As the saying goes, it's better to have a big tree to rely on. Joining the immortal sect for our Azure Dragon sect can strengthen our strength. For you, you'll also get a share of the profits." Many of the villagers looked at Lu Chun in astonishment. They didn't expect this person to have the qualifications to become an immortal. His tone and attitude just now made them feel that he was just an ordinary person. "Hey kid, what do you say?" Lu Chun glanced at the villagers behind him. He already understood their miserable state clearly. He naturally knew what kind of sect the Azure Dragon sect was. "If I join the Azure Dragon sect, can I be like you, collecting rent from these people and killing them at will?" Lu Chun asked. "Of course you can. We are the true rulers of this place. The commoners of this low-level planet are naturally at our mercy. To be able to die in our hands is their honor." Lu Chun smiled. "What you said seems to make sense, but I'm very curious. Are the commoners in the 5th celestial layer human? If you want to know more, then join our Azure Dragon sect. We are open to people with strength." "All right, if you want to have a taste of killing pigs, how about letting you do it after they've chosen their people?" Lu Chun nodded. "Sounds interesting." After saying that, Lu Chun walked over to the immortal's side. The villagers were already numb. Anyway, whether this red-clothed man did it or others did it, it didn't make a difference to them. Until now, they didn't even dare to say a word against the immortal. The 4 people who were going to die had already been chosen. They came in front of the immortal and obediently knelt on the ground. "Kid, from now on you are a member of our Azure Dragon sect. Today, I'll let you have a taste of it. This place is different from the past. Here, you can really kill people." The red-clothed man couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. "Oh right, remember to use soul-body unification. On the one hand, using it before returning to the sect is a sign of respect for the Azure Dragon sect. On the other hand, it will be more interesting to kill." Lu Chun smiled and pulled out the limitless demon god sword. He walked in front of the 4 villagers and used the tip of his sword to touch the village chief's shoulder. Soul-body unification. The immortal behind him saw that this guy actually used soul-body unification to kill people and couldn't help but smile. Hee, this guy is really to my liking. Come, let's watch his performance." The village chief raised his head slightly and secretly glanced at Lu Chun. Seeing this person's eyes emitting a green fog, his heart couldn't help but turn cold. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things like straw dogs. This is our fate. Suddenly, the young man in front of him said faintly, "Old man, you have the courage to die for the villagers. Why don't you have the courage to change your own fate?" And the old man raised his head in surprise. He saw that young man smiling at him with a gentle gaze. But when he turned around, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Originally, I wanted to keep a low profile first. But you guys have really disgusted me. You still dare to call yourself an immortal. You guys are simply shameless to the extreme. Lu Chun turned around, and his black hair instantly turned white. His eyes turned blood red. If the fifth layer of heaven is filled with immortals like you guys, then I, Lu Chun, will follow the path of the devil and slay immortals. Chapter 721. When the immortals saw that Lu Chun was actually targeting them, their faces immediately darkened. Kid, I didn't expect that after going through so many heavens, you still haven't realized the cruelty of reality. You want to be enemies with our Azure Dragon sect just because of them? Lu Chun looked at the shocked villagers behind him. He seemed to have seen the fate of Earth in the future. If the final battle was really the result of the Whirlpool world, would Earth become another world that was ruled by another world? No matter what, he must enter the final battle. Lu Chun looked at the people from Azure Dragon sect and sneered. Whether I help them or not is secondary. The main thing is that I don't like you guys. I can't help but want to teach those who don't like me a lesson. Ha 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 ha. Kid, you're already so arrogant when you just arrived at Fifth Heaven? Do you know what kind of place Fifth Heaven is? Do you still think it's like the past? Lu Chun curled his lips. The bigger the game, the more I like it. All right, kid, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since you want to die, then we'll fulfill your wish. Soul-body fusion. The 7 Azure Dragon sect disciples activated their soul-body fusion technique at the same time. Kid, with all of us combined, our soul-body fusion will last for a few hours. See how we'll kill you. Lu Chun snorted. Do you think I'll give you the chance to exhaust all the time? Arrogant. Same old rules. Don't fight recklessly for the time being. Exhaust his soul-body fusion and he'll definitely die. Lu Chun realized that the tactics of Fifth Heaven had suddenly changed. They had changed from a head-on fight to a delaying tactic. Unfortunately, everyone came from the 4th celestial layer. The others obtained the approval of the extreme Netherglow, while Lu Chun directly killed it. The difference between the two was self-evident. The current battle must be ended quickly. Coincidentally, this was also Lu Chun's favorite style. He always liked to kill in seconds. Demon God Symbiosis, Death Trap, Dragon Blood Boiling, Chaos Domain. Lu Chun quickly activated his skill. Within the Chaos Domain, even if these people's domains overlapped, they would not be able to affect Lu Chun. Delaying tactic? It won't work on me. Lu Chun bellowed. Ghostly shadows descend. For a moment, a large number of ghostly shadows appeared on the battlefield, moving rapidly. Lu Chun quickly landed in front of the leader. I'm all ears. That person was pulled to Lu Chun's side, and he was immediately shocked. For a person who had just arrived from the 4th layer of heaven, considering that the 5th layer of heaven had directly transmigrated with his physical body, as long as the other party had the intention, with the battle prowess of soul body as one, his physical body would almost certainly be destroyed. They were often timid at the beginning of the battle, and their fighting style was quite cautious. However, the red-clothed man in front of him was not like that at all. He had lowered his HP to an extremely low level right from the start. Moreover, he did not even think twice before initiating an attack. From his ferocious fighting style, this fellow must have experienced countless life and death battles in the 3rd or 4th heavenly domain to be able to fight like this. How can you move freely in my domain? Lu Chun sneered. He had no obligation to answer the other party's question, since he had closed in on the other party. Then what awaited him was Lu Chun's fierce attack. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. The limitless sword of the celestial demon pierced out 10 times in a row. There was no indication of the person's HP above his head, and there were no numbers floating out. There were only 10 strikes, and each strike left a bloody hole in his body. In the blink of an eye, that person's bloodshot eyes bulged, and blood spurted out from his body. He directly fell to the ground and stopped moving. Was this the fighting style of a 5th layer of heaven? This question flashed through Lu Chen's mind, but now was not the time to think about it. His figure quickly landed beside another person. This person saw that his senior brother was instantly killed by Lu Chen, but his reaction was fast enough. Seeing the ghostly shadows shooting towards him, he quickly made a move. Dragon Roar Sun-Piercing Sword Art. The longsword in his hand was not like Lu Chen's wide and flat longsword. It was more like a slender weapon in Western fencing. His movements were extremely fast, and his arms were only left with afterimages. He had already stabbed countless times. 9 steps in the void. Lu Chen used his movement technique, but it was not to dodge, but to change the direction of the opponent's attack with a miniature vortex. Affected by the miniature vortex, the Dragon Roar Sun-Piercing Sword Art's direction was deviated, and Lu Chen had already turned around and arrived beside him. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. He killed another person. The villagers behind him were already dumbfounded at this moment. This is the strength of an immortal? He's too strong. It's already to the point where it's hard to see with the naked eye. He has already killed 2 immortals. My God, he killed immortals. There's still such a terrifying battle in this world. To them, Lu Chen's battle had already exceeded their imagination. Not long after, Lu Chen had already killed the 7th Azure Dragon Sect disciple. This guy was trying to escape, but Lu Chen caught up and directly killed him. The 7 Azure Dragon Sect disciples were all lying in a pool of blood. Their bodies were full of bloody holes, and blood was constantly gushing out from their corpses. Lu Chen glanced at the limitless demon god sword and discovered that there were still traces of blood on the sword, dripping down along the blade. This was real blood. The light emitted by the limitless sword gradually became more intense, as if it was stimulated by the blood, and became excited. In Lu Chen's mind, the voice of the limitless sword rang out. This is the smell of blood. It's been a long time since I smelled this smell. Lu Chen was slightly surprised. You've been to the 5th layer of heaven before? Boss, I already don't remember, but this smell gives me a feeling of déjà vu, the artifact spirit said. Lu Chen nodded. The limitless sword should have been to the 5th layer of heaven, or even higher heaven domain. At this moment, the surrounding villagers were already scared out of their wits, and were out of their wits. Young man, the village chief struggled to stand up and quickly walked in front of Lu Chen. Quickly run. If the Azure Dragon Sect knows that you killed their people, they will definitely come to find you for revenge. Lu Chen kept the limitless sword and said indifferently, send someone to inform the Azure Dragon Sect. Just say that I killed their people. No, you killed the immortal for us. We can't betray you. The village chief shook his head. That's right, if not for you. I'm afraid that we wouldn't have survived this winter. Immortal, although we are weak, we will definitely not do such a thing to repay kindness with enmity. Lu Chen smiled. I appreciate your kind intentions. I've killed their people. The Azure Dragon Sect won't be able to find me for a while, but you guys, if you don't report it, I'm afraid that you will be implicated. At that time, I reckon that it's not something that can be solved with just a few deaths. You guys might even die. The village chief went silent. Lu Chen patted the village chief's shoulder. Don't worry, you guys have seen my strength just now. I won't die so easily. Now, there's no time to lose. Quickly go and report it. After saying that, Lu Chen turned around and walked towards the 7 corpses, sizing up these blurry corpses. After killing 7 people, Lu Chen realized that he didn't feel anything. After all, he had already killed a few enemies in the 3rd or 4th layer of heaven by injuring his body. These people treated the common people as livestock, slaughtering them as they wished. They deserved to die. So Lu Chen didn't have any psychological burden. But the problem was there no data for fighting nowadays? Then the next question was, did these people drop any equipment? Thinking of this, Lu Chen squatted down and started to loot the corpses. Logically speaking, everything should be mine. Lu Chen frowned. Chapter 722. These people's armor had different degrees of damage, but their weapons could still be used. Lu Chen kept all 7 immortal weapons. Why didn't the other items drop? Lu Chun was surprised, but suddenly a series of soft explosive sounds came from the air. Then a few scattered items appeared on the ground. Pills, equipment, spirit stones, many attribute extraction scrolls, and a small book. Lu Chun thought for a moment and immediately understood. The sound just now should be the sound of the battle soul being destroyed. After the battle soul died, the items in the backpack would burst out. But what is the use of the attribute extraction scrolls now? Time was tight, so Lu Chun didn't have time to think about it. He hurriedly picked up all the spoils and casually gave the village chief a few dozen spirit stones. The village chief was so scared that his hands trembled. Immortal, these are spirit stones. You have already saved our village. We can't accept such valuable things. Lu Chun said indifferently. Take it. Don't let the people of Azure Dragon School know. If possible, it's better for you to move away. This matter should not be delayed. I have to go. You guys take care of yourselves. Finished speaking, Lu Chun took advantage of the fact that the soul-body fusion was not over and prepared to use displacement to leave. But the old village chief suddenly pulled Lu Chun. Immortal, you wait a moment. Finished speaking, the old village chief let his son run back home and quickly took a piece of beast skin. The village chief looked at the villagers and said to them, Everyone, I want to give our village's treasure to our benefactor. What do you all think? Village chief, our benefactor saved our lives. We have no objections. Yes, he also gave us spirit stones. These spirit stones are enough for us to live for a long time. Such a great kindness. We should give it to our benefactor. Lu Chun's face was blank. What exactly is this thing? Speaking of which, these poor villagers, what kind of treasure did they keep? After getting everyone's approval, the village chief held the beast skin and walked in front of Lu Chun. Benefactor, this is a rare beast skin that we accidentally obtained in the process of dragon hunting. It is impervious to fire and water, invulnerable to swords and spears. Once we take out this treasure, we might be targeted. If the Azure Dragon School knows that we took it out to sell, they might even exterminate our clan. So, we give this treasure to you as a gift to repay your kindness. I don't intend to ask you to repay anything. We know, benefactor, this kind of thing is not something we can use. To us, it will harm us. You should accept it. Lu Chun thought for a moment and finally accepted the beast skin. The system still retained the item identification function, giving the item information immediately. Acquired equipment strengthening material, mature feral skin. Effect, reduce damage, reduce physical damage by 10%. Lu Chun was taken aback. A strengthening material that reduces physical damage. This thing is definitely a treasure in the fifth heaven. In the battle with the Azure Dragon School disciple, it was not difficult to see that armor could not prevent damage to the body. In the case of soul and body as one, the battle soul and the body were in a state of coexistence. When the battle soul was injured, the body would also be seriously injured. The heart demon state of the divine demon Lotus Heart could reduce damage to the body by 80%, but Lu Chun would not use the heart demon state unless it was a last resort. And this strengthening material could reduce damage to the body by 10%, which was very useful to Lu Chun. He did not expect that helping these villagers would be rewarded so well. Lu Chun was a little embarrassed. Lu Chun stuffed 1,000 spirit stones to the village chief, hoping that these poor villagers would have a good ending. Time was too short, so Lu Chun did not stay any longer. After bidding farewell to the villagers, he quickly went into the forest and disappeared. Beside a stream in the forest, Lu Chun washed the bloodstains on his body in the clear water. I just arrived at the fifth heaven, and I already killed people. Lu Chun shook his head. He originally wanted to seriously cultivate, but in the end, he walked on a path of no return. After reaching the maximum level, Lu Chun's attributes were even stronger than when he fought the Great Moon Netherglow. Now, it seemed that as long as he had soul and body as one, he would still be very strong. Among the spoils of war obtained from the Azure Dragon School disciple, there was a small booklet. It recorded the Azure Dragon School's territory and some of their members. Their territory was very vast. After Lu Chen's soul and body as one state ended, he could not walk out with his physical strength. The Azure Dragon School will probably not let me go. Just in case, I should think of a way to increase my body's strength. This place was already very far from the dragon hunting village. Although it was not out of the Azure Dragon School's territory, it would not be easy for the Azure Dragon School to find him. Lu Chen set up a temporary camp beside the stream. Unknowingly, it was already nighttime. Some strange sounds came from a forest in the distance. He did not know what kind of creature it was. Those villagers said they were going to hunt a dragon. That means there are many wild beasts in the forest. Lu Chen summoned Little Furball. Little Furball, help me look after them. After instructing Little Furball, Lu Chen sat cross-legged on the grass beside the bonfire. I'll cultivate for a while and see if there are any changes. Activating the God and Devil origin cultivation method. After a few minutes of cultivation, Lu Chen realized that all his spiritual energy had been added to the battle soul. The battle soul's spiritual energy is increasing. The 1 million upper limit has been unlocked. But how do I increase my spiritual energy? Suddenly, Lu Chen thought of the attribute extraction scroll that he had obtained from killing people. Let's give it a try. The value of these attribute extraction scrolls were not large. There were 10 or 20 points, but there were quite a lot of them. There were 30 to 40 of them. Picking up one of the 10 points attribute extraction scrolls, the system gave an item introduction. 10 points attribute extraction scroll can extract 10 points of spiritual energy. The body's attributes cannot exceed the battle soul's attributes. Lu Chen immediately used the attribute extraction scroll and extracted 10 points of spiritual energy. Received 10 points of spiritual energy. Every point of spiritual energy can strengthen 3 points of any 3 attributes. It can also be directly added to the body's spiritual core. So that's how it is. Lu Chen finally understood. In a level 5, to increase the body strength, one had to use the attribute extraction scroll. The current attribute extraction scroll could only extract spiritual energy. However, after extracting spiritual energy, every point of spiritual energy could be exchanged for 3 points of any 3 attributes. Of course, it could also be directly added to spiritual energy. The previous attribute extraction scroll was indeed more expensive than the 3-dimensional attribute extraction scroll. It seems that it is not without reason. Also, I still don't know how to get the attribute extraction scroll. Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. I'll use up these attribute extraction scrolls first. This time, Lu Chen exchanged all 10 points of spiritual energy for physique. Adding a little more blood meant that the body could resist a little more. Although 30 points of physique was negligible in front of the battle soul, a little more was still a little more. Haha, this fight was not in vain. I have a rough idea of the rules of the level 5. The battle soul's function was greater than Lu Chen had expected. In addition to soul-body fusion, the battle soul was also a reference for attribute extraction. The body's attributes could not exceed the battle soul's attributes. Lu Chen's battle soul's attributes were very exaggerated. Now, that he could continue to increase his strength, it meant that his upper limit was definitely much higher than the average person. Chapter 723. After figuring out the method to upgrade his body, Lu Chen used all the extraction scrolls in one go. There were a total of 32 extraction scrolls, which increased his spiritual energy by 470 points. Lu Chen added all 470 points to his physique, which became 1,410 points. Little Fur Ball stood guard at the side, and no other creatures approached them. Seeing that Lu Chen was distributing the attributes so seriously, Little Fur Ball stared at Lu Chen with its small eyes. Hey, what are you doing? Is there a problem with me adding them all to physique? Is this a coward? This is a strategy. If I don't have enough physique, I won't be able to walk far. Lu Chen forced himself to explain. If you laugh at me again, I won't give you any more extraction scrolls. Lu Chen threatened Little Fur Ball fiercely. You You can increase your attributes just by eating. Damn, you are too much. Lu Chen widened his eyes. All right, little fur ball was indeed strong, and it seemed that its strength was even more exaggerated in the fifth heaven domain. Forget it, forget it. I can't compare to you. Lu Chen shook his head and could only admit defeat. After completing the extraction scrolls, Lu Chen fused the fierce bee skin with the wild blood sword god costume. When fusing, the system notified him that he lacked the core material. Lu Chen immediately inserted an equipment strengthening stone. This time, he finally succeeded. The potion boy said that these core materials are very useful. So it is true. Lu Chen looked at his backpack. There were still 522 pieces of various materials. It doesn't feel like a lot. Let's see if I can get more in the future. After fusing the costume, Lu Chen lay on the haystack and looked up at the starry sky above. The fifth heaven domain is actually a real world. Which galaxy is this? What is this world like? It feels different from what I imagined cultivation to be like. Shouldn't immortals care about the world and be kind and charitable? Why did they encounter the Azure Dragon sect that used such cruel methods to oppress and enslave the commoners? Lu Chen wasn't a saint, but he had a special characteristic. He didn't like to bully others. Weaklings? Wasn't he once a commoner at the lowest rung of society? He was different from the descendants of those big clans. He could understand the feelings of the weak. Immortal? Perhaps it's just the immortals they speak of, Lu Chen said disdainfully. Above his head, the starry sky was dotted with stars. The bright river of stars was exceptionally bright in the clear night sky. As the night breeze caressed him, Lu Chen could vividly feel everything in this different world. I actually transmigrated. Lu Chen rested his head on his hands and looked at the starry sky with a smile. This was something that many people dreamed of, and now it had really happened. Lu Yi will definitely be worried if I don't go back for a long time, but the guide that Li Muhuan mentioned should know about my situation. He came in a hurry this time. Originally, Lu Chen thought that even if he had transmigrated, he could still find a way to go back at any time. However, his current situation was a little awkward. Since no one asked him about it, he could only stay in the game for the time being. Who is the girl who shed tears for me? Unknowingly, under the tranquil night sky, a young man still had many questions in his mind. However, in the end, he couldn't resist the fatigue and gradually fell asleep. Early the next morning, the sun shone through the gaps in the leaves. When Lu Chen woke up, he felt extremely hungry. At this moment, Furball was hugging a strange fish that was even bigger than itself. It ran crookedly to Lu Chen's side. Oh, you're hungry too? Lu Chen recalled that Rhubarb also had a corporeal body and was definitely hungry. He summoned Rhubarb. Sigh, if I had known, I would have learned cooking. It turns out that this skill is the most useful. However, what surprised Lu Chen was that his cooking skill was now a 2-star cooking master. He used to work in a restaurant's kitchen and often cooked. It seemed like his real-life skills had been recorded. So be it. I can't compare to that bastard chasing cloud. Let's just eat a little. Furball didn't like to eat non-living things. After giving the fish to Lu Chen, it ran off to catch another fish. Lu Chen roasted the fish and enjoyed it with rhubarb. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lu Chen had nothing to do. He flipped through the small booklet he obtained. The Azure Dragon sect has a total of 831 people. They have the qualifications to register as a sect. They have 512 1-star cultivators, 219 2-star cultivators, 81 3-star cultivators, 17 3-star cultivators, and 2 5-star cultivators. What is this thing? Lu Chen opened his panel and realized that his name could be chosen. Oh! Lu Chen tried to choose his name. Lu Chen. Unlocked Immortal Cultivation Level. Ranking. After 100 million, Lu Chen blinked. He didn't have anyone to guide him now. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have known there was such a thing. What is this thing? Unlocked Immortal Cultivation. Immortal Cultivation level upgraded to 1-star Wild Cultivator can be upgraded, enter a proper sect, and become a cultivator. Cultivators can enjoy the sect's benefits. Obtained item 10 points of spiritual energy extraction scroll, X10. Obtained item 1-star wild cultivator badge. Ranking, after 100 million O. Luchan opened his eyes wide. There's such a good thing? Speaking of which, why was it a wild cultivator? It sounded weird, like a savage. However, cultivators and wild cultivators didn't seem to have any difference in attributes. It was just that their names were different. So what if I'm a wild cultivator? I wouldn't go to that kind of sect, even if they begged me. Continue to level up. Immortal Cultivation level upgraded to 2-star Wild Cultivator. Next level requires 2,000 points of spiritual energy. Obtain 20 points of spiritual energy extraction scroll X10. 1-star Wild Cultivator badge has been upgraded to 2-star Wild Cultivator badge. Ranking, after 90 million. Finally, it's not after 100 million. It seems like most people are still 1-star cultivators. It's just that there's still 90 million in front of me. Then, those super strong cultivators, would their attributes have already reached the upper limit of the battle soul? Thinking of this, Luchan couldn't help but reevaluate the strength of the 5th celestial layer. The Wild Cultivator badge was imprinted on Luchan's chest and couldn't be removed. This thing is useless. Leveling up is automatic. I can also choose not to level up. So in the future, I can't judge a person's strength just by looking at the badge. Speaking of which, do I have to call myself a wild cultivator? Can't I just call myself a wild cultivator? Luchan shook his head. Regardless of whether his title was unpleasant or not, the 20 points of spiritual energy extraction scrolls were real. Luchan couldn't wait to quickly extract his attributes. 300 points of spiritual energy extraction scroll was exchanged for 900 points of physique. Physique is now 3,600. Luchan said proudly, "My current physique has already reached the middle level of a 4-star cultivator. Among 2-star cultivators, I'm a monster." In the Azure Dragon sect, a man with a stocky back and a bare waist was furious. What? A mere newbie actually killed my Azure Dragon sect disciple. How dare he kill someone and steal their treasures in the territory of my Azure Dragon sect? If this matter were to spread, my Azure Dragon sect's face will be gone. I must cut this person into pieces to relieve the hatred in my heart. A skinny man with a goatee said, "Hall Master." Before Sun Yu was killed, he left a Xuanlong's tongue on him. All right, he has already used Soul Body as one. He definitely won't be able to escape in a day or two. With the Xuanlong's tongue, he won't be able to escape even if he has wings. Follow me immediately to kill this person. If my Azure Dragon sect marquee doesn't let him die, he really thinks that the 5th celestial layer is a joke. Chapter 724. Luchan had obtained a map in the booklet. Luchan synchronized it with his personal map. Today, there's another 10 minutes of soul-body fusion, but it would be best to accumulate it to an hour. During this time, I should try not to encounter any wild beasts. There's a county town nearby. I can go take a look. Luchan washed up and brought rhubarb and the little fur ball to the county town. Luchan's taisho had already been extracted and could be used directly. However, it consumed too much spirit chi. Luchan could only fly and walk for a while. 2 hours later, Luchan saw a towering city tower not far away. There were 3 words on it, Jinshui County. The county town was not too big, but it was quite popular. There was an endless stream of people coming and going at the city gate. Some people had a cultivator badge on their chest. However, they were all 1-star cultivators. There were very few 2-star cultivators. When the city gate guards saw the 2-star wild cultivator badge on Luchan's chest, several of them were stunned. 2-star cultivators were nothing. The key was that he was a wild cultivator. This guy was already a 2-star cultivator, and yet he had not joined a sect. However, they did not dare to stop Luchan and watched him enter the county town. There was a county town map in front of the county town. Luchan noticed that although this place was small, it had all the essentials. Restaurants, inns, shops, and even brothels. The local brothel called Full Flower House was said to be very popular. In addition, there was a trading area for cultivators to trade. One had to wear a cultivator badge to enter. Brothel. Lu Chun suppressed the curiosity in his heart. He shook his head and walked in another direction. In the immortal trading area, the decorations of the shops here were much more exquisite than outside. Every shop was exquisitely carved and had a rather stylish style. One spirit stone was enough to buy such a luxurious shop. For ordinary cultivators, opening a shop in the mortal world naturally had to be done well. After looking at a few shops, Lu Chun noticed that they were all selling battle soul equipment. Most of them were peak tier 4 heavenly layers. Lu Chun had already obtained these items before, so he didn't need to buy them. Lu Chun called out Little Green. Little Green, I'll give you 1,000,000 spirit stones. Take Little Furball to a medicinal shop and buy whatever medicinal herbs you need. 1,000,000? Boss, I don't think we need that much. It's fine. Don't the alchemist apprentices need medicinal herb seeds as well? I can't spend them all, so I'll leave them with you for now. I won't accompany you anymore. I'll go see if there's anything else. All right. Little Green was under the protection of Little Furball, so he wandered around the area without any danger. Lu Chun brought Rhubarb to look around. After a while, Rhubarb suddenly ran toward a shop. Lu Chun was startled and hurriedly followed. Rhubarb's ability to find treasures was unquestionable. Lu Chun naturally wouldn't let go of anything that could pique its interest. This was a simple and unadorned shop. The decorations inside were all carved from solid wood. The decorations took up more than half of the shop's interior, but there were very few goods on display. After Rhubarb came in, it immediately appeared very calm. Lu Chun was well aware that Rhubarb knew that it couldn't act too strangely. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Lu Chun to bargain. It stopped in front of a tree stump and pretended to sniff the table leg. There was a pretty girl in the shop. When she saw Rhubarb walking around the table leg, she became anxious. Hey, whose dog is this? Don't be in my shop. Rhubarb quickly ran behind Lu Chun. When the girl saw Lu Chun, her gaze naturally fell on his chest. 2-star cultivator. At the same time, Lu Chun also noticed the girl's badge. 3-star cultivator. She was actually higher than him. It's your dog? It can't be a battle pet, right? Lu Chun smiled. Who would bring a battle pet with them? Don't worry, Rhubarb won't cause trouble. The girl looked at Rhubarb suspiciously. All right, you better be good. If you dare to pee in my shop, I will forget it. Let's see if your master wants to buy anything. The girl once again looked at Lu Chun. You're a wild cultivator? In Lu Chun's mind, he would always associate wild cultivator with savage. It felt like the other party was asking, you're a savage? That's right. I'm a wild cultivator. Interesting. You actually don't want to join a sect. That way, you'll lose a lot of resources. Lu Chun smiled. Thank you for your reminder, but I don't plan to join a sect for the time being. That's right, boss. Do you sell cash withdrawal coupons? Cash withdrawal coupons? You actually want to buy cash withdrawal coupons? The girl emphasized the word buy, as if ordinary people wouldn't buy cash withdrawal coupons. I do have some here, but they are reserved for experts. The price is not something you can accept. Lu Chun's smile remained. How much for 10 points? 10 points? Ha. Little friend, I don't sell 10 points here. My starting price is 50 points, and the price is 10,000 spirit stones per coupons. When Lu Chun heard this, he immediately became spirited. There are higher denominations? Higher denominations? Yes, there are, but unfortunately, you can't afford it. The 100 points cost 20,000 spirit stones per coupons. Do you think you can afford it? I say, little brother, you're biting off more than you can chew. How many spirit stones can a 2-star cultivator like you have? It's better for you to honestly join a sect. Lu Chun's heart pounded. He still had 6 million spirit stones. He could buy a lot of cash withdrawal coupons. 1-point coupons costs 200 spirit stones, right? Okay, how many do you have here? When the girl heard this, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She re-examined the young man in front of her. No matter how she looked at him, he didn't look like an expert. After all, he was just a rogue cultivator who wouldn't join a sect after reaching 2-star. At this moment, she remembered her father saying that a person who entered a business was a customer. She couldn't judge a book by its cover. Those people who judged a book by its cover might mention a stone at any time. Could it be that she met such a stone today? You forget it. I have 25 50 points coupons and 10 100 points coupons. The total is 3,250 points. The cash withdrawal coupons have always been in short supply. We're the only shop nearby that has them. If I buy more, is there a discount? How many do you want? All of them. What's the lowest price? All of them. Are you sure? That's 650,000 spirit stones. I say, big sister, you're doing business. Why do you have so many questions? Just tell me what's the best discount. Oh, right, your discount is suitable. Let me see if there's anything else fun in your shop. Facing such a rich man, the girl started to feel nervous. Even that rhubarb dog that was wandering around became exceptionally cute. Cough cough, 2-star cultivators can enjoy a 20% discount. In addition, I'll give you a 8% discount. That means you can enjoy a 10% discount when you buy from me. Lu Chun shook his head. Only 10%? Then forget it. Goodbye. After saying that, Lu Chun turned around and left without hesitation. Hey, big brother, don't go. I'll give you an internal discount. Lu Chun frowned slightly. He took out a bag of spirit stones from his backpack and weighed it in his hand. You're not honest. I've already said that you'll give me the lowest price. How about this? I'll give you another chance. What's the lowest price? If you're not satisfied, I'll leave. Seeing the heavy bag of spirit stones in Lu Chen's hand, the girl's eyes widened. Why was this wild cultivator so rich? Did he get some treasure? Right now, the initiative was completely on Lu Chen's side. The female boss hesitated for a long time before finally saying, 8% discount. This handsome guy, this is really my lowest price. You can go outside and ask around. The lowest price for a 1-point attribute scroll is 150. I'll give you 138 now. Lu Chen actually had no one to ask. However, thinking about it, a 10% discount to 8% should be enough. Lu Chen didn't say that he would buy it, but he also didn't say that he wouldn't buy it. Instead, he walked to the front of the tree stump. Only now did he pay attention to the things on it. What exactly could it be that Big Yellow was interested in? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.